Hello? Can you guys hear me okay? What is up, everybody? How are we doing? We're going to have a little bit of troubleshooting and just testing some things out. I want to make sure that I have audio set up well. For some reason, we're not capturing the Twitter chat. So I will need to figure that out. Let me check something really quickly. Uh, quite sure why it's not showing up. Let's do this. I'm gonna go adding a source here. Sounds great. Perfect. Maybe up the mic slightly. I can do that for you. Oh, well, that's not going to work. Okay. Here we go. Looks great. Sounds great. Awesome. Awesome. I don't know why the chat isn't getting captured. Let me try one more thing here. Yeah, it's coming through on this side, but I don't know why it's not capturing on the screen. Because I'd love for you guys to be present on the screen and everything. Let me try something really quick. Thank you all for the patience here. Just some minor technical difficulties, but we'll get everything sorted out and we should be good to go. Hmm. Crazy. Okay. Let's see. I mean, I can see the Twitter chat, but for some reason when I try to bring it up here, it's not coming up. So I'll need to figure that out. Oh, deleted myself on accident. Sorry about that. All right, there we go. Rumble chat is on the screen. For some reason, I can't get the Twitter chat to populate, so I'll need to figure out what's going on with that. Um, but welcome everybody to the first episode of Lies and Ties. I am super excited about this project. Um, some of you may know me from following me on X, Twitter, and some of the work and research that I've shared there. And I just want to thank you all for your time today, and hopefully we'll be able to get into some really interesting stuff, learn together. This isn't going to be some like super polished format per se, because it is just to be transparent with everybody. I'm doing it out of my room. Um, that's kind of where my base of operations is. So we're not in some big fancy studio. This has a budget of approximately $0. And really just having this as a way for us to find the whole truth together. And I'm just one person, and I try my best to be as like thorough and unbiased as possible. But naturally I'm going to miss things, and there are so many other people out there that have a huge wealth of knowledge that they're able to share. And I thought that it would be important to, especially with what we've seen with some of the platforms lately, give you all a voice. And where I'm sort of uh, trying to navigate the community guidelines and the terms of service and operate with tact and fact. I know that there have been some issues with trying to get the truth out there with the moderation and different rules and stuff, especially on X, and we're starting to see that now somewhat on Rumble. So what I thought that we would start out with is I'll go ahead and pull up the web for you guys. Dream is cleaner than some $1 million HQ with LEDs. Hey, I appreciate that, man. I tried my best. I'm not an audio video guy, but I wanted to make it look at least somewhat put together and professional for you all, just out of respect for your time as an audience. So, for the poll, we ended up landing on the topic of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. And it's actually very interesting that we're starting here, because I'll go ahead and share a fun fact with you guys. I have not been very awake for very long. Um, little bit of background about me, before we get started here. Um, Super into politics. Watched Zeitgeist when I was in probably high school, and that sort of started the snowball of understanding that politics isn't exactly what they make it out to be, and that there are deeper forces at work here. And just sort of growing up, getting a job for the first time, living life, all of that sort of fell to the wayside, and I got so wrapped up in the day to day. 2016 happens, and I see that politics has recaptured the attention and the imagination. Zeitgeist was definitely an eye opener for me as well. Man, I I wasn't sure how to feel about 9/11 before that, and then after that, I never trusted the government again. Uh, so they got me really early, but I allowed myself to get wrapped back up, swept back up in the emotional roller coaster that was 2016. So we had two populist candidates, Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, considered outsiders, against essentially the establishment candidate, Hillary Clinton. And for some reason, and I can't explain it, I fell for it. And that's just sake of transparency. We all have made mistakes, and I got wrapped up in it, right? And I thought, hey, maybe this is going to be the change that we need to get away from the Obamas and the Bushes and the Clintons and things like that, right? 2016 was a big year for the Overton window. It absolutely was. There was so much going on with you know Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton, and then Donald Trump being this like enigma of an outsider, very much akin to like Ronald Reagan back in the day. Celebrity comes from Hollywood. Uh, really, really focused on that conservative right wing movement and attempting to capture the right. And uh, as we sort of navigated through that, we then had COVID, and that was kind of a big wake up call, I think, for a lot of us. A lot of people woke up in the last 4 to 5 years, and it's always good to sort of look back and understand what exactly needed to take place for people to stop for a second and realize something isn't right. Um, when we look at the fact that COVID was a global scam, the virus did not exist. It still doesn't. Never been isolated in a lab. PCR tests. That's a different topic for a different day. But it was used as an excuse to usher in this like very draconian forced lockdown, vaccination. So we started to see like transhumanism come into effect. Impacted tons of people. The fallout alone from COVID is insurmountable, and that sort of kicked things off a little bit. It's nuts. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It literally is like trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's crazy. We've got Doge Dali. Thank you for joining us. Melanie Worshipper, Pastel, Tim Hinchcliffe, straight out of Swampton. You guys are fantastic. I'm so excited to do this all with you all together. MAGA was used as a Reagan slogan. They just recycled the S. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I'm so glad that other people are able to see the parallels there with Ronald Reagan. I mean, if we even look at, um, like AIDS could be comparative to COVID in a small way, like a roundabout way. Fauci was there. He was heading up the efforts, and it was something that was sort of used as like health fare against the American population and honestly globally. Reagan wanted to establish an Iron Dome over America at one point, and now we've had Trump saying the same thing. And there's other details and things like that, but uh, my true wake up moment, just to share with you all, happened with fake uh, the fake assassination attempt on Donald Trump in Butler, because I believe it was the day after he ended up selecting JD Vance as his vice president elect, and um, I knew nothing about JD Vance really. I had sort of like fallen out of keeping up with every single congressman and everything that they did and things like that, and was wrapped up in having full-time job and all that stuff. So I decided to do some digging, and very very quickly learned who Peter Thiel was. And once I started to look into Peter Thiel, this was summer of last year, maybe July. And I started to open my eyes and became very aware that it's all fake. The ties and the connections and things like that. I started this web project because I just couldn't personally keep up with how many things he was tied to. And what ended up happening was I took those same concepts and principles that helped me to map Peter Thiel out, slowly started incorporating both bipartisan politicians, international interests, global governing bodies, even ties all the way back 100 years and even further than that, where we have the same technocrats, we have the same transhumanist things that were going on with like the Rockefellers in the 30s, that have led to like the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the National Institute of Health, and so on and so forth. So I think what's going to be most important is visualizing that. JD Vance and Peter Thiel are not known in France where I live. I'm trying to learn tonight. You have come to the right place. You have come to the right place. Some of you may know that I have traded some back and forths with a few very popular names, urging them to use their platform to speak about Peter Thiel. In my opinion, I don't think that you can fairly and truthfully cover politics over the last 25 years without mentioning his name. It might even just be 20. I believe he started to really, really gain footing in the mid 2000s, setting up things like Founders Fund and working with the NSA. But we're going to get all into all of that in detail. So what I'm going to do now is I want to bring up the web. And I may need to fix my chroma key just a little bit. Here, I'll do this. And I'm going to sit over here right under you guys. Ian ate shit. I wasn't going to name names. But he made a really big mistake responding to me because there's so many things that need to be addressed. And being condescending is not the way that you address those things. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so we have our two figures here. Everybody did a poll, and this was the topic that ended up winning. And I think that this is a perfect topic to get started on, because when I look back at like all of the work that I've done, I mean, some of you have seen my Peter Thiel webs, and most of you that like know the story between these two guys know that basically everything that Elon Musk has ever done has been supported, funded, or facilitated by Peter Thiel. So where we can probably get started with both of them is going to be PayPal. I think that would be a good starting point here. So we have PayPal, and obviously with them being both being part of the PayPal mafia, I think for organization purposes, it would be important to sort of break down the color coding that I want to go with here. Good start to all of this. Perfect. Musk and Thiel, both transhumanists. Thiel invests in Rumble. Musk owns X. PayPal, brother. You got it, man. You got it. It's always bittersweet posting on X and doing anything on Rumble because I know that that's what they want me to do. But where else are you gonna go, right? Facebook is as far as I'm aware is dead, and for the older generations, and always a day behind. YouTube has banned me a couple. They've hit me with a couple of violations before just for mentioning the word COVID, let alone talking about how fake it is. So I thought that these two platforms would be good for the live streaming aspect. And what we'll start doing is I'm also recording now as of right now. So you guys are also going to appear on the recording that gets uploaded to Odyssey and BitChute. I have not ever interacted with either of those platforms before, so I'll need to figure some things out on my end. But hopefully have that up for people tomorrow to watch if they miss this space today. So what we'll do for setting all of this up, I'm going to color code various parts of this web. So we're gonna have people are always going to be in red. Companies and I think like just private entities, you know, NGOs, things like that. We're gonna keep those green. If you're not a tech guy, it might behoove you to learn about D3.js for data visualization and keeping track of links without getting into databases. Too much code. Love a good color code. Agreed. Yeah, I've messed around with some like SQL and JSON stuff, but I am far from a coder or data analyst or anything like that. So I'm always open to suggestions, ideas, opinions, and I'm always down to learn. So if that's something that somebody could help me out with, that would be fantastic. Um, I have sort of come to understand a lot of things by doing them very manually, especially in life. I believe it's kinesthetic learning or something. It's definitely not calisthenics, but kinesthetic learning where you learn through doing, right? So this very manual process has helped sort of let a lot of that stick. Um, and what we'll sort of do is like one by one, we're just, you guys throw things out. If you have a link or a source, that would be amazing. And I will go to it and we can investigate things together. We are also going to have a web browser that we can pop on and off stream for checking different sources and things like that. I'll have various different search engines, Yandex, as censorious as they are, Google just for the sake of accessibility. A lot of people default to Google, and I want to show everyone that you can use all of the mainstream things and still arrive at very similar conclusions. So even if they're doing their best to sort of hide the information, um, just a little bit of extra legwork, due diligence, and honestly, just utilizing resources as best you can goes a long way. Index is awesome for research. I agree. I agree. And it's also good to get a well-rounded experience where, you know, Yandex, I've been told, I haven't experienced this myself. I can help you. We'll DM each other about that after the stream tonight. I'm down for that. But I've been told that it skews a little pro-Russian. Now, again, I don't see that necessarily myself through using it, but I'm not gonna rule it out, right? Especially seeing everything that's influenced everywhere. Um, so what we'll do is I'm gonna pull up the web, and I just want you guys to start throwing things at me. So, like for example, one thing I like to do, and I'm not ever going to recommend this as like an end all be all for anything, but Wikipedia is actually not a bad place to start. Um, you know, most of their sources are cited, and it kind of just helps give you like a base foundation, right? Like we can see here that he's a co-founder of PayPal. That is true. Palantir Technologies, true. Founders Fund, true. One of the first outside investors in Facebook, true. So what we can do is start building out from there. So we have Palantir, we have Founders Fund, AWZ Ventures needs to be looked into. Is Peter Thiel and or Elon Musk tied up in AWZ Ventures? Now let's look at family. We are absolutely going to look at family ties, especially with like Peter Thiel's father, Klaus. Oh, you guys can't even see this. So like Peter Thiel's father, Klaus, and his dealings in like I believe it was Nambia and Papua New Guinea. So that's definitely going to come up. Elon Musk with, you know, his grandfather Joshua Haldeman and his ties to technocracy. We're gonna hit that as well. I think we'll go ahead and get that started. So we have Klaus Thiel. This is Peter Thiel's father right here. And we have May Musk. Now, May Musk is a scary person. I think she is insane. And I know I'm saying that on her son's platform, but it's true. Stoked to see how this works out. Me too. Me too. A lot of this will be sort of like a work in progress, and hopefully iterative over the show. So, like, if there's anything that you guys don't like, don't hesitate to let me know. You're not gonna hurt my feelings, I promise. We could even, I may do some digging into who Peter Thiel's mom was. And his dad's name, I can't remember how to spell it. Anybody want to help me out? Is it 2 R's or 2 L's? Or is it both? Nah, 2 L's looks ridiculous. Or 2 R's looks ridiculous. But they're not outside of the realm of ridiculousness, so I could be mistaken. Right, so we have Peter Thiel attended Bilderberg meetings. He's has been a regular participant since at least 2007 as a member of the Bilderberg Steering Committee. Yes, sir, he is, along with his Palantir CEO, Alex Karp, who's going to end up on this web as well. His involvement has been documented in participant lists released by the Bilderberg meeting organizations, including the most recent meetings in 2024, held in Madrid, Spain, and May 30th to June 2nd. Thiel, as a prominent tech billionaire, president of Thiel Capital LLC, one of his many venture capitals. It is 2 R's? Okay, thank you for correcting me on that. It looks ridiculous because it is. And then obviously we have May, who her father was Joshua Haldeman. And it's going to be a slow start as we get the foundations and like some of the more public knowledge out there, and then we're going to start getting into like secondary ties and things like that. So let's go ahead and build out some more things here. We have Bilderberg Steering Committee. And what we may end up doing is sort of grouping these things. I might move some of this over here and keep like the companies a little more in the middle. Let's see, Bilderberg Steering Committee. What we'll do for like committees like Council on Foreign Relations, WEF, all of those, not necessarily companies per se, but more so political influences, because like Bilderberg doesn't sell a good or a service to direct to consumer. Their entire thing is influence, right? So, and what we can even do here is I'll bring up the Bilderberg Steering Committee meetings. If I could spell it right. Right, so we can go directly to the Bilderberg. I guess I have to verify that I'm a human. Right, so this is the bilderbergmeetings.org. And you can see Peter Thiel right here. So what we'll do is we'll actually take this entire website and we can post it on the web here. That's gonna probably be annoying there, but it should load, or it won't, and we'll get a screenshot. I don't think they're gonna let us in. They're on to us. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just we'll grab this just like that, and we'll even be able to build out from here with these people. So I'm gonna probably do something like this, and we're grabbing screenshots right now. I want to make sure I include Alex Karp. And so we're going direct to source and showing that he's definitely in there. CNN Dr. Liana Wynn is a Council of Foreign Relations member. What you do with the web, I do with the brain.com. I'd have to take a look at that. Think tanks? Yeah, think tanks. We have Palantir here. And I'm gonna swap back to Wikipedia just so we can get like a general foundation of everything here. So we have Facebook, we have Sullivan and Cromwell that'll need to go in here as well. Facebook, which he funded through Founders Fund. So we'll bring this over here, tie it right here. And Founders Fund actually, oddly enough, has its own slew of people. The brain cost exactly. So from PayPal, I think what we'll do is let's go ahead and just include the entire PayPal mafia. So we have David Sachs. We have Luke Nosek. I can't remember if he is if he was from PayPal or if he's part of Founders Fund. So let's just go to PayPal and see who started it. Wikipedia. What? Right here. Okay. And this'll get okay. Max Levchin, yeah, Luke Nosek, Peter Thiel. You can do a lot with the free version of the brain. Put the premium is worth it if you work as a team on once brain in the cloud. True. I always think that anything we can do together and sort of help each other expand knowledge, learn, share what we know, all of that I think is extremely important. Um, and I'll have to take a look at it because I haven't actually used that myself ever, but I would be really interested to see what that looks like. Right, so we have, and it looks like here, obviously here comes Elon Musk with X.com. So we're gonna put that in as well. So we have X.com, and this was his bank, which I think may be important to discern. So we have the bank here, and we're getting a slow start, but as we start going, hopefully people will start to learn a little more outside of things. I have built such a brain with the tentacles of an octopus. Yeah, it's honestly kind of crazy how much it does end up everybody's intersecting, overlapping, and things like that. Um, if I were to bring up, let's see here, like if I wanted to bring up the Trump administration, I just want to give you guys sort of an example here. So like I've been doing this sort of manually, and when you zoom out, it starts to get really, really messy. But having like all of his ties to like the WEF, Stanford, BlackRock, the Rockbridge Network, the Riot Cap, like we're gonna hopefully be able to explore all of that and sort of build it out live here together. Microsoft CEO and Bilderberg Satya Nadella announced today, after nearly 20-year pursuit, we've created an entirely new state of matter for quantum computing in addition to solid, liquid, and gas. What? Let me take a look at that. Topo conductors, leaping powers. Majorana 1, the first quantum processing unit built. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. I'm gonna bookmark that because that's definitely important. And I believe uh she's on this list here. Yep, right there. What do you know? That escalated quick. Yeah, that's just sort of to give you guys an idea of what I'm hoping these webs will end up looking like. It's over my head, but yeah. I'm honestly convinced that a lot of their technological breakthroughs and things that they're using are a lie, or at least it's sort of marketing in a way. How, like, if we look at Steve Jobs with the iPhone as like the perfect example. He marketed the iPhone as this thing that was ready and going to be revolutionary, and it wasn't even done yet. And I feel like a lot of this is maybe introducing it into the public perception, just to get used to the idea, so that when they do eventually have it or try to figure it out, not only does it bump their stocks a little bit that day, but it normalizes it in the public perception. Um, Now, one thing I want to do here really quick is make sure that I include Alex Karp, because he is a crazy person, and he is basically being handed the keys to what I consider the United States military. We have things like Anduril Industries that are going to come up as well, and as we slowly start to extend this out. So it says here that in March 2000, Confinity merged with X.com. I feel like Confinity can essentially be synonymous with PayPal. If you guys would like me to add Confinity specifically, I will. But anytime that I see Confinity, I just think Understatement of the decade. Alex Karp is a crazy. I'm trying to stay away from defamation as much as I can. In my opinion, I have heard other people say from time to time that maybe, potentially, Alex Karp is a psychopath. Now that's not me saying that. Other people, right? We're gonna go the Tucker Carlson route. Some people could say, people are saying, anyway. So we have a few other names here. We have UPenn. So we'll go ahead and grab that, and we'll build them out from here. So I guess technically David Sachs isn't one of the founding members of PayPal. He'll come up later, though. So we have UPenn. His eyes are crazy eyes. Yes. Everyone that saw him in that stakeholders meeting just casually dropping to people that, they kill their enemies, which you would think, being a private company, would be very, very off base. But he said it with glee, and the only thing that's happened is he's being rewarded by getting more budget and getting more. I don't know how people are falling for the Tucker Carlson act. Dude says the safest possible opinions, and he has a platform on YouTube and didn't get banned. Here's one even deeper, and this is, I'm already going off topic here. I get very easily distracted. Alex Karp isn't right in the head. I agree. Tucker Carlson's dad, Dick Carlson, was appointed the deputy director, I believe, of the United States Information Agency at the height of the Cold War. And people may not know this, but the Smith-Mundt Authorization Act that Obama repealed in 2012 was passed specifically to prevent the United States Information Agency from being able to create propaganda that is distributed to American citizens. Now, if you look at that in an isolated instance, obviously we've had tons of propaganda, and that never really kept any of it at bay. But I do think that it's very interesting to see that Tucker Carlson started to rise to prominence in 2012 on Fox News, the year that the Smith-Mundt Authorization Act got nullified. And it was by Obama, of all people. So there already is like a bipartisan crossover where I don't think that Tucker Carlson would have been able to get as far as he has in the Fox News sort of devolving into what it's become without Obama doing that. And I mean, CNN is the same way. MSNBC. The other day on MSNBC, they said that it is possible to weaponize free speech, which is psychotic and nonsensical. And just from a logic standpoint, obviously they're coming for the First Amendment. I mean, there's no easier way to say that. So a couple other names that we have here. We have Harris Fricker. Obviously, Ken Howery. That's a big name. Ken Howery's a big name. So we're going to put him here as well. And hopefully, I think a lot of this may end up being an organization thing. But as we slowly build out and down from these people, actually, Max Levchin isn't like a huge player anymore, so he may end up coming up here pretty close to Thiel. But we have Ken Howery, we have UPenn, we have Luke Nosek. I'm going to put David Sachs up here for a while. Oh, you guys can't even see that. Sorry about that. I'm going to start trying to build the habit of bringing the browser up and bringing it down and out of the way. We may even, I'm going to try resizing it just a little bit and maybe dragging it down here so that way it's not covering up too much of the screen. But I also want you guys to be able to read it. So however looks best, I'm open to feedback. I appreciate everybody and their patience with me as we sort of get this thing into hopefully a well-oiled machine by the end of the day. So we also have Harris Fricker, which I haven't personally explored him or his ties very deeply. So if anybody has information on Harris Fricker, I am all ears. So we're gonna get Harris Fricker on here, and already we're starting to see, you know, a little bit of this sort of get built out. We'll take David Sachs, put him up here. We're gonna take the Bilderberg Steering Committee stuff, and we're gonna drag it out, and then that way we can sort of include things like the WEF and things of that nature. We'll go ahead and bring this up here. World Economic Forum, right? Just get some big ones. We'll make that yellow also. Which, confirmed or not, is Elon Musk officially a partner of the WEF? I can't recall. I know he's right alongside them. Oh, Elon Musk sent pathetic emails begging to get into Davos. This is from this year. Interesting. Oh, never mind. Okay. Let's look at this. He wasn't invited. That's kind of funny. Davos organizers say that Musk wasn't invited. World Economic Forum says billionaire Elon Musk wasn't on the guest list for the annual meeting of business executives, global leaders, and cultural trendsetters. I guess he claimed that he was. Musk said in a tweet on December 22nd, my reason for declining the Davos invitation was not because I thought they were engaged in diabolical scheming, but because it sounded boring AF. Yeah, okay. He didn't specify when he got the invitation, but the tweet's timing suggested it was for this year. Musk did not immediately respond to requests from the Associated Press for comment Tuesday. Organizers did extend invitations to Musk as the boss of Tesla to join a few times in the 2010s, the last being 2015, but he never registered or attended the annual meeting. The gathering has been criticized for a lack of concrete action, conspiracy theories, blah, blah, blah. Forum members pay between 120 and 850,000 Swiss francs for annual memberships, depending on the level of affiliation they want. So right there, I mean, you can see that there's a pay to play. I can't afford $130,000 per year, let alone. That's actually kind of funny. And I mean, this is coming from AP News, which, you know, has their own biases and agenda. You can't trust anything holistically. Don't even trust me. Vet everything that I do and say as well. It'll behoove you guys. But I guess technically he's not a part of the WEF. He did speak at it this year, though. Or what was that thing that he spoke at where the video has sort of come out? I posted it earlier today, but I can't remember exactly what that was. I accidentally misclicked on a program and it's trying to load and launch. There we go. Okay, we got rid of it. So we have Alex Karp, who's also part of the Bilderberg Steering Committee. So we'll go ahead and put his name on here. And Alex Karp is Alex Karp, WEF. Does it say that he's a partner? Not necessarily. But he is from Frankfurt, which is where Peter Thiel is from. World Government Summit. Oh, that's what he was at. That's okay. That's the one where he gave the speech with yeah, about the Brave New World, right? What's up, Ryan? Nice to see you. So, what was it? It's somewhere on here. This thing. World Government Summit. Yeah, this is his speech right here. We're not going to watch the entire thing. And these guys are robots in the human flesh. I agree. Can't hear the audio. Ooh, okay.
Meaningful.
What
Well,
about now?
I think once you have humanoid robots and deep intelligence, you can basically have quasi infinite products and services available. So, with Tesla building the most advanced humanoid robot, then those humanoid robots can be directed by deep intelligence at the data center level. Say you can produce any product, provide any service.
That was on me.
There's really no limit to the economy at that point. You can make anything. At that point, will money even be meaningful? I don't know. It might not be. The economic output is productivity per capita times how many people do you have. If in the form of humanoid robots, you have no meaningful limit on the number of robots and the robots can basically do anything, then you'll have a sort of a universal high income situation. Anyone will be able to have
universal high income. He just swapped out the word basic for high. And that to me sounds a lot like communism. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm not a fan of that idea.
As many products and services as they want.
You see him like glitching out too? Like you know he has all the time in the world to prepare. Do you think they will succeed in making a trans X audio is muted for us? Making a transhuman husk thing or no? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to be successful because ultimately their plans include everyone being complicit and subjugated all the time. Must be a virus in his brain. I think he might have gotten some water on his Neuralink or something, or it's so hard to say. But when you look at him and Peter Thiel, anytime Peter Thiel gets asked a really tough question, he spazzes out, right? Did everyone see when he got asked about Project Lavender, where they were like, so do you want to explain automating kill lists on behalf of Israel for people in Gaza? And he short-circuited like in an old cartoon where like a robot gets water spilt on it and it starts spazzing out and repeating itself over and over. It's always funny to watch these people in the hot seat. Error.
With the exception of things that say have artificial scarcity, like a particular piece of art or something like that.
Artificial scarcity.
But for any goods and services, they'll be available to everyone.
So you've been
it's going to be a very different world, you know. In fact, I recommend that people read maybe the Ian Banks, the culture books.
And he goes on to mention Aldous Huxley, which Aldous Huxley's tied up in eugenics. Aldous Huxley was sort of the revelation of the method. He's the one who really got the mind virus, not his son. Agreed. It is it comes across as inhuman. They seem like they've already become the post-humans they're trying to make everyone else. Okay, so we're going to go back to mainstream news source here. Bottom of the barrel mainstream news source. Wikipedia, and we're essentially just going to get a solid foundation of everything that they've been a part of. And I honestly think this is why Elon Musk has such a problem with Wikipedia. He's been very outspoken about it because it is, while it does have its own drawbacks, it's very easy to get a quick foundation set with some of these people and then just start clicking on links. You can see most of these links in here for Peter Thiel for me are purple. Coined the term transhumanism. Yeah, wasn't it Huxley's grandfather? I can't remember. One of them though came up with the term transhumanism. Ryan's absolutely right. Speechwriter for former U.S. Secretary of Education William Bennett. I'm not sure if this tie is going to be significant per se for him being a speechwriter, but we'll go ahead and take this as well. Julian, that's right, Julian Huxley. I actually just spoke about him in one of my upcoming episodes on my Iconic series. Some of you may know of Richard Willett. Me and him end up talking about transhumanism and sort of how it ties into the Kabbalah and things like Sabbatai Zevi, the Sabbatean Frankists, and sort of where all of that came from. Really interesting stuff. And by interesting, I mean other words, but interesting is the one we're going to go with. So we also have here, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we have Max Levchin. We're going to get Clarium Capital. And once we get all of these sort of base ties here, we're going to move off of Wikipedia because that's not where the real information is. This just sort of helps us get a solid base. And that's what I would always recommend as well for other people. Like if you are going to do something like this, and you don't know where to start, just start scrolling and you'll see, oh, what is Clarium Capital? Let me go look at that. And then you see, okay, Peter Thiel, PayPal, early investor in Facebook. You can see it started in California. Not a whole lot else, but then there's all these other links and stuff that you can look, right? So like the pessimism exacts a price on the skeptics, Clarium Capital company profile that you can go look at. Wikipedia can be edited, so you got to cross-reference if you use it. Yeah, exactly. It's those things where he's trying to join the Knights of Malta. Isn't that what Bill Gates is in? Isn't Bill Gates part of the Knights of Malta? I could be mistaken. But I could have swore he was wrapped up in that. And his wife's a Jesuit, I think. They may have, I think Bill Gates' wife may have gone to the same school as Anthony Fauci for the Jesuit thing. The Rothschilds. Exactly. Okay, I'm getting my my facts mixed up here. So I'm glad you guys are holding me to account. It's so much information. We have Valar Ventures, which is going to be important. He has a couple of VCs also in combination with JD Vance. So we'll get Valar Ventures here. And what the way this is sort of pacing is, this is probably going to be like a part one of multiple parts. We're going to build out from there. So I appreciate you guys sort of bearing with me as I'm saying a lot of the very, surface level things right now, just to kind of get out there for having different ties and stuff that we can then branch off of. So we have the Y Combinator, which is also important. Put that on there. And then as we go, I think especially Ryan, I know you've got some like very, very high level information and stuff. And I think Elon Musk is a prototype AI robot. JK, not really. Some theories that I've heard, he's a clone of his father. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that one, but that's a very interesting one. I have no proof on that. I've just heard people say it, and it's like the Alex Jones is secretly Bill Hicks. If you suspend disbelief a little bit, maybe there's been stranger things that have happened. But really, yeah. I watched the YouTube video that said Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, and I watched the entire thing because I was like, what is this? Why do I keep saying test in my own live stream? Weird. Okay. So it says Y Combinator, where we'll be able to grab some other things here. It says conservative libertarian. He was controversially granted New Zealand citizenship in 2011 after the Fifth National Government intervened on his behalf. Have you guys seen that before? It says right here, the Fifth National Government intervened on his behalf to grant him New Zealand citizenship. Strive Asset Management connected to Vivek, Teal, and Vance. You got it. We are right on the cusp here. So we're gonna grab a few of these, and then as we go, I'm gonna be Googling, Yandexing, things like that. Valar, another J.R.R. Tolkien reference. The Valar were supernatural beings in J.R.R. Tolkien's fantasy that helped one god shape the world. And doesn't that really just kind of lend credence to the idea that he sees himself that way? You think of like Palantir being the all-seeing eye, like the orb that Saruman had. You have I believe it's Naraya, Mithril, so on and so forth, Andoril, that's going to come up. Now, one thing that I always thought was really interesting is we have the Teal Foundation in the Teal Fellowship, where Peter Thiel. Here's what I'm convinced these are. Peter Thiel has a venture, much like the CIA does, where they want to get this out into the private sector. He posted a Saturn image today as well. I saw that. I think I had seen, it was like the designer had posted like a prototype mock-up sort of image for what Grok's new logo was going to be. And the second that I saw it, yeah, In-Q-Tel, exactly. In-Q-Tel funding Palantir, In-Q-Tel behind Google, behind Microsoft, all of that stuff. And that just goes back to like IBM and the old like World War II stuff, and how IBM was working with the U.S. government on things like creating a digitized census. And so we're gonna get the Teal Foundation here, and you guys feel free, if I'm not going fast enough, just start throwing out names of stuff, and I will try to add it as fast as I can. So really quickly, I think it would be good to to sort of set this understanding really quick. When it comes to things like grants, I'm comfortable keeping them as blue with the other VCs. But if you guys want, there's quite a few other color options that we have. I just thought that trying to limit them as much as possible, and it'll allow us to cover many different types of, because Peter Thiel has his hands in literally everything. It's supposed to be black hole like Interstellar, but sure looks like Saturn. What's funny about Interstellar is wasn't that black hole right by Saturn? And that just leads me to believe that Christopher Nolan is also wrapped up. Maybe a black brain. What is a black brain? Let me look that up really quick. All right. So they're throwing math at me. Ah, okay. I say that pretending to understand what this is. Jesse Michaels is Peter Thiel's agent. Who's Jesse Michaels? Oh, he works at the Thiel Family Foundation along with like Blake Masters. Investors at Thiel Capital, Gaza, Gen Z, Eric Weinstein, and Patreon. Okay, so we have the podcast propaganda scheme going on here. I'm sure this isn't lost on you all, but the podcast space has been completely inundated with intelligence agents. You have people like Sean Ryan. I mean, if you want my personal opinion, with Peter Thiel being such a early investor in Spotify, and Spotify paying Joe Rogan millions of dollars by proxy, I would consider Joe Rogan a paid asset of the CIA. American Alchemy, UFO Disclosure. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Voice crack there for a second. So we're already starting to get to the point where I'm going to have to expand some of this stuff out. So I'm going to put some of these less significant ones over here. We have the PayPal Mafia. I know Ken Howry's going to have a big tie here with PayPal. So we'll end up looking into him as well. Peter Thiel, Spotify, Joe Rogan, and boom goes the dynamite. Exactly. And it's the same pattern that you'll see where they won't fund someone directly, but then they fund something that funds someone. Hope we're not distracting you too much, but this is awesome. I'm loving it. And this is one of those things where I'm not expecting to get to the end by the end of this episode. We're already 25% of the way through. And a lot of that was, obviously me setting everything up, getting you guys acclimated and setting some expectations, talking about myself, which I hate doing. And sort of getting this foundation. But what would be always interesting is we can do a part 2. And we can always revisit it. And as things happen, we can re-explore the web. And what I'd love to do is like take new headlines and add them in and see just sort of where they fall into place. So, say something comes out tomorrow that says, Peter Thiel and Vitalik Buterin co-invest in Polymarket, for example. That's a thing that happened. Peter Thiel Fellowship funded Vitalik Buterin to start and maintain Ethereum. And so like I would grab that headline with Polymarket and then we'd be able to tie them in together at like a later date. And as things go, having this like big web where we can add current events along with like newfound information and stuff. So we'll always be able to revisit these things too. Um, we have the Teal Foundation and the Teal Fellowship. So we're gonna go ahead and grab those. And as we go, like if you guys feel like I'm missing anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. Whether that's missing a key point or a person, because that's sort of the entire point of this is I am just one guy. I have zero experience in journalism. I didn't go to school for it. I don't have a degree or anything. But what I've found is the most knowledgeable people are the people on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, just posting into the void, getting suppressed even. They want to suppress the real information, and then we get the mainstream slop spoon-fed stuff always through the algorithm. So I look at like some of the posts from you guys as well. I believe I follow or like a lot of everyone's stuff here, but we're not doing millions in views and impressions, right? Because that's the stuff that matters. That's the stuff they don't want you to see. So of course we would. And usually what they'll do is they'll have a bot that has an e-girl profile picture come like it so that it gets tagged with metadata for an adult content account, and then you're suppressed in the algorithm. Nobody between the ages of 13 and 18 is going to see any information that you're posting. And then most likely most people that are over the age of 18 aren't going to see what you're posting. Just based on the way that the algorithms work and the metadata tags and how things interact with each other and things. I keep saying test in my own chat, and I don't know why it keeps doing that. You guys can't see it, but it keeps coming up. I don't know if they still advise. Palantir's advisors include Condoleezza. Really? Condoleezza, and is that George Tenet? Does that have any ties to Tenet Media? Haven't looked into this yet, but Evo2 genome reading and creating. Is Peter Thiel invested in Evo2? So I'd even be comfortable. You said it was Condoleezza Rice? Really? Misspelled her name. How could you not? And David Petraeus? That was an Obama appointee, wasn't it? Insane. It's crazy that the ties that end up coming out of these things. Condoleezza, I did not. That was one of the last names that I would have expected coming up on this stream here. We have Condoleezza Rice. The bots will see your rosy lips as being possible offensive material and use that as an excuse to suppress you. Don't fall for it. Man, my lips are normally not even this red. They're just really chapped today. It's very cold where I am and snowed out of nowhere. And every time the cold weather comes, my lips they see the worst of wear. Yes, Tenet. Okay, so that ties into like Lauren Chen and her husband, who are paying Tim Pool and Benny Johnson and Lauren Southern and Matt Christensen and all those people. So that's okay. Okay, so they're all essentially being funded by investors of Palantir, is what I'm understanding. Which, we have 1789 Capital, so on and so forth. We have snow coming down right now. Yeah, it's pretty crazy because yesterday it was completely clear and only just a little chilly. Okay, so George Tenet And we're obviously going to include George Bush as a connection to Condoleezza Rice, because why wouldn't we? So let's go ahead and get tenant media here. And I think one thing we can kind of do, if you guys are okay with it, is I can pull from my other webs to kind of help speed things along, if that would help. Just because I know we are sort of getting like a slow start here. Let's see. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna pull from Peter Thiel specifically and try to get as much stuff from him as I can. So where is he? He's right here. And we'll sort of sort through a lot of this stuff, because a lot of this stuff is already pretty well known. But like all these companies and stuff, we don't have to add one by one, but we'll sort of visit it as we add them. So I'm gonna pull this out like this. Palantir's company based NSA to spy on American citizens. Yeah, they're the ones that actually came up with the mass surveillance software, if I'm not mistaken, right? So here we have Valar Ventures, which is tied to TransferWise. Did I already grab Valar Ventures? Let's just do this. I did. Perfect. So I think I can add this here. Get rid of that, that. And we can start sort of segmenting some of this stuff here. Valar Ventures connected to TransferWise and Zero. We're going to grab some more things. Did you guys ever hear of the thing called Blue Seed? Where Peter Thiel is attempting to build offshore fortresses to house. Had to step away for a bit, let the stream go, and though I'll be watching all this bollocks, badass man, great stuff. Hey, thanks, brother. Thanks. I think as we go, it's going to start becoming very, very clear that everything is connected and it's all made up. And it's just the same few people sort of milking things. Are these graphs available online anywhere? The one problem that I have with these is they end up getting so big that the resolution, in order to see anything, hosting that image somewhere. So for like my Donald Trump web specifically, I have to upload that in like an 8K format because it starts looking like this. And that's where because you can't even see the names until you zoom like all the way in, but then you can't see the entire thing. And you can export these images in certain resolutions, but then it comes to the hosting part, which if anybody has any recommendations, I am all ears, and I am down to explore some of those. So we're just gonna go ahead and grab this entire Founders Fund thing here, and we may have to delete some of this off of here, but Founders Fund. We're gonna add some of this in here like this, and we may even take it and just sort of move everything around a little bit. But where I sourced this was you can actually go to the Founders Fund portfolio website and see a lot of these companies here. So you have Oculus, which was Palmer Luckey, who's part of Anduril Industries now. He was just on Sean Ryan's podcast talking about Israel and Zionism and how much he loves Jewish people. Even though he's not Jewish, which is a little weird. It's an actual spider web. Yes, it ends up being that way. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll take this and we'll probably just connect them all this way. And already we can kind of see that it's getting very messy. And that's probably half of the battle, is keeping this stuff organized in a way that makes sense and that you can see it. So we have Facebook, we have Polymarket. Oh, oh. We have Polymarket, which, as you guys know, was very influential, in my opinion, in the 2024 election. They're actually being investigated right now, which, I mean, I think we can all agree that that's more than likely just a pony show, for interfering in the U.S. elections. All right, and we already have Alex Karp over here. We have Palantir. Founders Fund actually funds Palantir, believe it or not. So you have where his own entities are funneling money into his own companies. You have Airbnb is part of Founders Fund as well. Well, not part of it, but funded by it. Oculus was seeded by Founders Fund. Niantic, which was it was crazy to learn that one. Palantir has ties to Lucky Palmer and Anduril. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You already know. But you know, Postmates, which is now owned by Uber, Lyft, so he's kind of funding both sides of the same coin here. Niantic, I didn't learn about this company until that Pokemon Go game came out in 2016. Do you guys remember that? I'm loving this presentation as it shows that it's possible for anyone to do in-depth research. Thank you for that, Jonathan. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, and what's crazy is we haven't even used Yandex yet. We have just been using Google, and Google sucks. But everything that we're finding on it is true. Whatever you're doing, 7Cs, you're not getting paid enough. You're doing back-end machine learning while simultaneously bringing all the most important info to the front. John Hank. Yeah, Niantic. So it was sort of like a data that they use geolocation based on your device to see where you were and saw your movement patterns, and they started to build data and profiles off of that. In my opinion, and this is just going to be a crazy theory, I think that what they were doing was trying to see people's patterns of movements based on incentivizing certain locations and seeing how many people would aggregate there and seeing how long they stay there and seeing which ones they go to and things like that. And who knows what they ended up doing with that data. I'm not sure if anybody still plays the Pokemon game or what, but I think he has another one called Ingress. Prior to founding Niantic Labs, John Hank was the CEO of mapping company Keyhole. I've heard of Keyhole before. Through funding from that's probably where. In-Q-Tel funded companies. So we have John Hank, you said? John Hank for Niantic. And like what was a seemingly harmless kids game, right? Which a lot of adults actually took place in as well. Niantic is building a geospatial AI model. They're proud of it. What is the intent behind that? What is a geospatial AI model? Oh, perfect. Thank you for the link there, Ryan. Let's take a look at this. Palantir and Saur. What is Saur? S-A-U-R. Announce a strategic partnership to enhance contract management with generative AI. Mapping unknown environments with pre-trained AI data to fill in the gaps. Oh, so is that sort of like hey Peaches, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So is that sort of like oh, what is it called? Procedural generation of like video games where it's like randomized, but there is a system to it, but this would be for like real world environments and mapping them out. Sort of like educated guessing based on the data. Multi-year partnership. Now, contract management, that reminds me a lot of like DocuSign. DocuSign, I believe, is owned by, is it Citadel? Of course, BlackRock, Vanguard, blah blah blah. But I could have swore DocuSign signed an agreement with PayPal back in 2012. Equifax funding. They may have just been funded by, was it Citadel LLC? Mapping insides of environments they don't have actual data for by letting the AI guess. Oh, so they'll be able to see the layout of our houses even if we don't have one of those AI Roombas. I think it might have to do with digital signatures for smart contracts. Like blockchain based contracts, right? I have one question for everybody in the chat. So I have a very big fault, very big flaw. I'm addicted to nicotine. I'm willing to admit it. I'm willing to accept it. Is it going to offend anybody or bother anybody if I satiate that addiction here on stream? Smoke a pipe constantly. Awesome. I just want to make sure, like, on the off chance that, you know, a vape maybe kidnapped your father when you were young or something. I don't want to dig up those emotional scars for anybody. So awesome. Thank you guys. Let's look at this Keyhole press release. Smoke them if you got them. In-Q-Tel announces strategic investment in Keyhole, and that's the John Hank thing, right? He was part of Keyhole. So add Keyhole. It's, I guess, specifically Keyhole Corp. Make sure we include the full name there. Keyhole Corp. Yeah, see, I didn't even know this. And that is through In-Q-Tel, who also funded Palantir. So what we may do, see, it's already getting crazy here trying to manage the space, because we still have to bring in like Sean Parker, people like Daniel Ek, who also have spoken. That's it. That's where I've heard that before. Yes. Oh man, I thank you so much for that. I was like, I swear I've heard of this company before, and that they did something very crazy. I feel like I saw a documentary or some sort of article that said that Keyhole ended up leading to. But again, that's where we get the CIA fronting companies to be direct to consumer products and services. My uncle's a cigarette addict as well. Okay, good. I smoked cigarettes for 10 years. I started when I was 15, and I have been cigarette free for close to 10 years now. And I'm trying to keep it that way. But I also, Ryan, you might be able to help answer this. I've seen some instances where people say that nicotine helps throw off the micro technologies. I don't know if this is true because I'm not a scientist. Good stuff, man. Oh yeah. Oculus. That's going to get us to Palmer Lucky, Niantic. Sorry, when I started my original web, I had everything just all caps. I think just for like ease of readability. So we have Stripe here as well, which is the payment processor for things like Lyft, and they probably own the payment processor at your local shop if they use like a Square Tile or something like that. One of those like very easy. But look at just Founders Fund. We haven't even started to explore the other. Oh, sorry. We haven't even started to explore the other ones, and we're already running out of room for Founders Fund. So we're going to bring Spotify down here as well. And some of these I've already kind of sourced a little bit, but we'll be able to take a look at them together. And then Spotify, obviously paying Joe Rogan. And that's where his tie comes in here. Here was, this was one of the articles that I had seen. This is not confirmed by either party. This was like right as Spotify was sort of coming out. Sources that European music startup Spotify had a closed venture investment from Founders Fund. Managing partner Sean Parker, who you all may remember was Justin Timberlake in the Facebook movie, who is a co-founder of Napster and president of Facebook. So Sean Parker is going to end up coming on our list here very shortly as well. So we have Joe Rogan. And anybody else that you guys know that is politic-based that gets these sort of deals from Spotify for their podcasts and stuff, feel free. We're naming names. We're naming all the names. That is the point of the show. How do you know what you're up against if you don't know everybody involved? Seven Seas is doing machine learning in real time, and he's a human. And man, as I've gone, this was the whole inspiration for the show. Was I started creating these webs, and I try to be as thorough as I can and cover everything, and I can't. Yes, the Founders Fund, Palantir partnerships. Taylor Swift is one. Let's see, where did I put Palantir? Okay, Palantir is over here. And this may actually be good to sort of separate it from these other companies just a little, because of how extensive it's going to be. How do I show this to an average Joe without his brain malfunctioning? You know, that's a good question. I think the most important part is once it's all finished, sort of zooming out and showing them everything, right? And saying like, look at all of this. And this is all coming from one or two guys. Now imagine there's 1,000 guys that are set up very similarly. Or, you know, if you look at like if they've seen the content on BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and you know, you start with like, hey, you know how these companies own everything through shell corporations and multiple layers and strategic partnerships and so on and so forth. Start at the beginning, dissect it piece by piece. That's what I would do too. It's really tough to do, but if you can find a way to sort of just branch it out, color code it, and segment everything like that, yeah, it's got to be like one of those. You got to take it a little bit at a time. Really, what you want to do as a goal for this is you want to get it in their head that every single point of data is going to have 50 other points of data. So where you might see one name come up, like I've looked into Palantir, I don't know how many times. And then I think it was Ryan or somebody from the chat said, hey, did you know Condoleezza Rice was associated with Palantir? Had no idea. And it's crazy because as you start going through and you capture all these things and you bring these things to people's heads, transfer wire. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. It creates this thinking of, okay, well, everything is it's always deeper than it appears on the surface. I think is the main point that I'm trying to make. I'm trying to think and do at the same time, and it's not working out very well. So we have Keyhole Corporation, which you said ended up becoming Google Maps, and we'll end up putting Google on this as well, because Peter Thiel and Sergey Brin actually both have a shared alma mater in Stanford. So we'll go ahead and throw Google on the map. And I believe Google also gets funding from some of Peter Thiel's ventures. So we'll put this here. Google, Larry Page, Sergey Brin. We'll have Eric Schmidt's going to come up as well. And this is Sergey Brin is funded by Vanguard, I believe. Larry Page is also. But both of these guys are just the Elon Musks of yesteryear. They were given a technology, presented it to the consumer as this private, company that has nothing to do with the government. Please use it. You can also start with the most grandiose conclusion and then walk it back in journalism. That's called the inverted pyramid. Start with the most important, not chronological, and then go from there. I think that's always really important. You want to catch someone's attention first and foremost, because especially in like the day and age that we live, where headlines and sensationalism tend to dominate the market, go big, go all the way in, and sometimes it scares people, and that's not a way to, like, you don't want to generate fear in people, right? But you want them to understand the gravity of the situation. So when I say something like, did you know that Peter Thiel is behind this thing called Project Lavender that is using AI to help Israel genocide Gaza automatically? And people go, what? That's insane. And you're like, yes. Did you also know that he's funding our vice president and also funded Donald Trump for his presidential terms? And they're like, wait a minute. So this guy that helps commit genocide with robots is behind the president? Yes. Go look it up. I encourage you. Try to prove me wrong. Everything tech related is going to tie back to DARPA, IARPA, IC, NSF, and IST. Yeah. And so do you see it as a way where they get somebody from DARPA? Because just from, like, based on patterns that I've seen, it tends to go, CIA will recruit out of, like, universities for frontmen, especially places like Stanford, UC Berkeley, MIT, and they'll get these people to be inventors or, an entrepreneur or some sort of, like, savant with technology, and they'll end up being the person that did it out of their garage or what have you. Or do you think these people are coming from DARPA? And I know that's kind of hard to prove, but what they're doing in Palestine will be replicated in the West. Gaza was a testing ground for the tech. Yeah, they're one thing that I saw was there were talks of them building, like, a cashless society in Gaza. I think people start off wanting to do good for the world and then they get captured. And it's sort of that, like, carrot stick stuff, right? Because, I mean, if you look at Sergey Brin, I mean, there were reports that him and his wife they went to Epstein Island. And his wife at the time, Anne Wojcicki, part of 23, she founded 23andMe, the DNA testing company, which on the board of 23andMe sits Linda Avey, where then we get into Linda Avey's part of the Human Genome Project with people like Sue Siegel, who comes from General Electric and General Ventures and things like that. And it's like, holy shit. everything is just tied together. The other route is hiring known criminals and hackers. The earlier they get them, the easier you can mold them. The same they're doing with the populace. Yes. Completely agree. Okay, I got a little distracted. I'm sorry. So we're gonna do you guys think it would be good to like get the whole Founders Fund portfolio? Because I don't know if we need exactly every single company that they have, but just to kind of give you guys an idea. So SpaceX, Palantir, Stripe, Anduril, and like this is their website where they tell you, hey, we fund all of these things. So you can always go look at these. And I believe Ryan linked the Palantir portfolio as well, where Palantir invests in stuff and partners with people. And I guarantee you that a lot of that list is going to have a lot of these names on it. So we'll take some of these here. And I may even be able to put this over here. This. And we'll bring this over so we can kind of keep it up and you guys can follow along there. So this is just Founders Fund. So we have SpaceX, the first one on the list. And as we all know, SpaceX, Elon Musk. And we'll take Founders Fund and we'll tie it to SpaceX. We have Stripe. Let's see here. We have Stripe, Facebook, right here. We'll take we'll add John Parker, who's a fund manager of Founders Fund. And we're gonna have to put him on this. Try to fit him in here. I'm glad his name's really short. Who's part of Facebook. You have Facebook, obviously. Mark Zuckerberg, everyone's favorite cyborg. And Spotify, their CEO, Daniel Ek, has not only spoken at Bilderberg meetings before, but personally invited Mark Zuckerberg to his wedding. And as people know, with like the Spotify rollout, the way that sort of worked was they did a very early test run with things before they became so widely available, where you had to have a Facebook in order to create an account. The Facebook that I started my Spotify with, I deleted. So now when I go to my Spotify, because I've never changed it, it's just a string of numbers, which I'm assuming is my user ID on Facebook on the back end, but it's like 115723596 instead of my name. But that was a product of that very early integration there and like sort of a verification system. So we have Daniel Ek with Mark Zuckerberg, Spotify being tied in here through Facebook. And then we'll have to find a way to cleanly connect Daniel Ek to the Bilderberg Steering Committee, which I think we can do here. And we're going to go take a look at that, actually. So I would say half the work that goes into my webs is arranging them in a way that works, that is clean, that doesn't intersect with each other, and things like that. So let's see. We definitely need to have Anduril on here if we don't already. I may actually take that and draw it down here next to Palantir. And it's actually funny. Well, it's not funny at all. But it's interesting because Anduril, the Falcon and ICM systems that are designed to make determinations about specific identifiable people. So that reminds me of like Carbine 911 and them sort of like creating profiles and trying to do like the future or like future crime and stuff, right? I was sad to see Susan Wojcicki, ex-CEO of YouTube, die from cancer so suddenly. In my opinion, she had terrible ideas, but she suffered a lot. Her son died of an OD just before her untimely demise. Oh man, I didn't see when this started. Luckily, we will have uploads available. Welcome to the stream, brother. I appreciate you being here. But we'll have full uploads available, uncut, uncensored, unedited, to both Odyssey and BitChute. And I believe the stream will also upload here. Did you make a Schellenberger connection? Not yet, but we will. And it's going to be one of these things, just to let you know, where we're more than likely going to have to come revisit this web again. Now, would you guys be interested in episode 2 next week, next Wednesday, revisiting this web and building on top of it before we move to the next subject? I think that would be good because right now we're just sort of getting like a baseline here, and then I'll need to start leaning on you all for things that maybe I don't know just right offhand. Susan Wojcicki, cause of death. Now, I have an interesting theory here for you, Tim. The sacrifice thing, which, you know, is delving more into like the esoteric stuff, but I do think there is some merit to it. It'd be nice to revisit and expand on this. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go until we feel like we've gotten everything that we possibly can. And as we go, other people are going to join the stream as well and add their 2 cents and their information as well. And I'm an open book as far as this goes. I don't know everything. I barely know anything, if I'm being honest, just to humble myself a little bit. And that's why I wanted to start this show, because I feel like there's so many people out there that know so much more than me that we could work together. Like, we're already doing this right now. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the sacrifice thing? Because I know another one very recently. Yes, can be esoteric, live by the gun, die by the gun, metaphorically speaking. You should have a shorter video format for those who have short attention spans. I like a 15-minute cut version of the stream. So I'll give you guys some context. I've tried doing video editing myself, and I hate it. I think it's just one of those things you have to be built for. Just my personal opinion. And as soon as I open the workstation for like DaVinci Resolve or something similar, I just let out a big breath because I don't like it. But if somebody is willing to do it for $0, we can do it together. And if this ends up being like some sort of monetizable thing that we can do, we could talk about that at later times. But right now I have a budget of 0, which is why we're doing this in my room. It is live streamed, and things like that. But yeah, if you want to help, man, I'll tag you. I'll credit you as the editor. You're more than welcome to put in your own tag or something there at the end or something like that. But I just have to preface it that I am not part of the elite and I can't afford to pay you yet. I remember Bill Cooper talking about the sacrificial king. They're propped up in order to be sacrificed. Yeah, like Stephen Witkoff, Trump's envoy to the Middle East. One of his sons died of a drug overdose at the rehabilitation facility in California. I can't remember the name of it. Sunset Plaza Rehab, maybe. But he died of an overdose, and I'm like, could have been a sacrifice. But that's the hard part is like, and that's why I typically have a tendency to stay away from like the more esoteric stuff. A lot of people ask me to cover like secret societies and things like that, and it's very hard to prove a lot of it, right? A lot of it comes down to like behavioral patterns, texts, different, things like that, and it's like there's no like news article or like citable source where you can go and like explain to somebody what the panda relation is to like CSAM, right? It's one of those things where you have to inundate yourself in it and kind of learn little bits here and there that some things may be truth, some things may be a little bit reachy. But yeah, say man, if you're down, hit me up. We'll do free of charge. I'm already jobless anyway. What do I got to lose? Hey, and I'll do full credit where it's due. Anything I got to do to say like, hey, my the guy handling video editing and all that stuff is here. And if you want, if you want to pay him because you have money, do it. Because whatever you end up putting out, and as long as you're not making me look dumber than I already do, I'm all ears, man. I'm willing to work together, and we'll kind of talk about that a little bit. Probably I'll DM you. Watching the pattern of behavior, yeah, and that's where it gets like difficult to quantify, right? Because you can't point to like research papers or witness accounts and stuff because they try to make damn sure that there aren't witnesses to this stuff, or if they are, they're willing participants and they're wrapped up in the blackmail part of it. Thoughts on Eyes Wide Shut or the cult using movies fiction to tell the truth? I believe in predictive programming. I think that's absolutely the case, and I think they use Hollywood to introduce the ideas of things into people's head. So look at things like what they're doing with Palantir, Minority Report, right? Even like artificial intelligence with Haley Joel Osment, where they made it that this cute little kid from The Sixth Sense, and he's actually artificial intelligence, and they're human just like us, and they feel, and it's like to endear you to these concepts way ahead of time. Even like you go watch any 80s dystopian sci-fi movie, and that's the technology we're starting to see actively emerge today. Look up the Hermetic principle of polarity. And I'm definitely getting way off topic here, but I'm enjoying this experience for what it is. You guys are fantastic. James Corbett calls globalese, I think, of the Hermetic principle polarity from the Kybalion. What? They give you one side of the pole that they want you to believe, while the opposite to what they say is equally true, like a double speak sort of thing. You can't have light without the dark, sharp without dull, hot without cold. They're all this, like the law of duality. In a lot of films, they tell you no killing allowed to ensure you never retaliate. Yeah, yeah. I think back to like Dredd and like Judge Dredd. You have what was the Sylvester Stallone movie? Demolition Man. Only difference in polarity, you can't only differ in polarity, you can't have one without the other. And that ties a lot into like the Jewish mysticism in the Kabbalah, where you have the dark and the light. You have the red, the blue, the two sides, and trying to like basically take people and bounce them in between them both as time goes on. So it says here, Everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. All paradoxes may be reconciled. And that's the 7 Hermetic Principles. I'm going to have to look into that. Because I definitely think there is like a method to everything that they do and everything that they say. And, you know, we see a lot of these things with like the two-party dichotomy, like the false two-party system that we have, right? Where while Elon Musk was actively campaigning with Donald Trump, Joe Biden, who was supposed to be his political enemy, is sitting there approving, or his FDA appointed Joe Biden's appointed head of the FDA, Robert Califf, is like greenlighting all of Elon Musk's like Neuralink, and I believe the CureVac thing happened under Trump, but yeah, oh man, I'd have to go look because I don't want to misspeak. But Robert Califf is on here somewhere. He might be on the Trump web specifically. The Trump web started as the Peter Thiel web. Oh, here it is. So yeah, he was Obama and Biden. He is connected with Alphabet Inc., which owns Google, but then also was approving Elon Musk's Neuralink for approval for human study. What's the difference between hot and cold, dull and sharp, light versus darkness, truth versus falsehood? The difference is, I mean, technically there isn't a difference. They're just two ends of the same spectrum. I guess the difference would be what's in between them. Revelation of the method. All fiction is based on truth. A lie cannot exist alone. It is impossible. Yeah, or I think there's a pretty famous saying like every joke has a little bit of truth in it. Every lie has a little bit of truth in it. The battle between good versus evil will never end. It's all about bridging balance. Yeah, and it's like a never-ending cycle of the. I mean, they talk about like the pendulum swinging back and forth, right? I can't tell you how many times I've heard over the last 2 years, man, I can't wait for the pendulum to swing back the other way. I'm like, why are you still riding this thing, man? All it does is make you mad or give you false hope, and then you get disappointed anyway. Best to fight for what is right in the moment, always. And I think like operating with integrity and principle, it sometimes I'm wrong, but you're gonna know damn well that I wholeheartedly believe what I'm saying on and off camera. Like, yeah, obviously this is gonna be a little difficult, but the people that do know me outside of all of this, I'm talking about all of these same things. My better half she knows this stuff almost as well as I do because of how much I talk about it. Just talking to her, this, you know, investigating and researching all this stuff is like basically my job at this point. And when we talk about our day, she'll share her, you know, how's work, and then I tell her mine, and I'm like, can you believe what these crazy psychopath would-be tyrants are doing today? Okay. I got super off track there. I'm sorry. So we're gonna borrow some more from the Thiel web here and see what we can grab, because all of this is gonna be important because this is all Elon, and I may not need a lot of it, but we already have the SpaceX Next.com. Okay, we'll take this stuff and bring it over here because we haven't even gone to Elon's side yet. We're still building out Peter Thiel, and this is like what we already have so far, a fraction of a percent. My entire Thiel web, a fraction of a percent. Every day I learn something new that he has his hands in. But we have Neuralink here. So we're going to put Neuralink, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Founders Fund may be a part of. I thought for like government agencies and stuff, or like government organizations, Congress, different administrations and stuff, we can make those white. Actually, we'll just put this back down here. Because Robert Califf was the deputy director of the FDA under Obama. And then when Biden came in, he basically got promoted to the director of the FDA. And that's when he started clearing everything for Biden, or for Elon, sorry. We have the Boring Company. We have Tesla. I guess I'm going to go ahead and put field link up here too. And then x.com is redundant. Actually, it's not, but I have the one for the bank. We'll put field link here because that is connected to PayPal. Peter Thiel was a part of that. That ended up merging under the name Confinity with x.com. Tesla, Boring Company. Fun fact, Israeli shekel in 1968 had a picture of 9/11. No way. No way. You have a link of that? I'm not doubting you. I'm doubting the... What? That's so far in the future. Did we already put... Yeah, we have Google over here. So we're going to have to take this because Robert Califf is tied to Alphabet, which is Google's parent company. We're going to have to put this probably here. Move Palantir up a little bit. And then we have the tie to Neuralink here because Robert Califf was the one that approved it. And we'll keep this article in here just because the link can be kind of confusing without the context. Israeli penny shekel. I'm getting some mixed stuff here. Let's look at one for sale on eBay. That's the silver. Israel official mint set. The whole world is a complex web of theater with events planned decades in advance. Dude, so that's why I always like to harken back to my banner on my profile. The second that I started to understand that this is how the world worked, I was like, this has to be, if people are going to go to my profile and try to understand where I'm coming from, I need them to understand that government, religion, money, history, COVID, war, Hollywood, media, crypto, influencers, outer space, everything that we know about is all fake. And that's the point of all that there, which I may need to update that soon because I no longer have a mustache. I'm trying to separate myself from I don't want to call them peers, but other people in a similar space as this who maybe have made that part of their character. And I use character very intentionally. Some weird stuff going on with ties to Stanford and Nicole Shanahan and stuff, but we're not going to get into that today. That will be the topic of another episode. And we're going to look at fake influencers and people who are astroturfed to push a certain message. And we're going to look into the things that fund and support them. But we're already halfway through stream. And we've gone virtually nowhere. we've been able to tie these two guys together with a few different things, but I'm very easily distractible, in case you guys haven't picked up on that yet. Okay, so we have all of that. Now, do we build out... Here's the true question. Do we build out all of the links directly between these two and focus on that for now? Or should we take it just whatever comes natural? I'm willing to open it up to the audience and let you guys decide, because this is just as much your show as it is mine. We obviously have to have Technocracy Inc. Does anybody know any other ventures that Joshua Haldeman was maybe a part of that I might not be aware of? Rand Corporation has a major role to play in advancing the ideas of brain-computer interfaces, genetic engineering, and creating superhuman capabilities. You know what's crazy? If we ever do have a fourth world war, and I kind of made a joke about this, but this was 10 years ago, maybe. And I used to say it was World War III. I was like, man, World War III isn't going to be, again, one religion versus another or whatever. I was like, it's going to be the mutants versus the cyborgs. And we're going to have the genetically engineered versus the mechanically altered. And it's starting to look that way. We're going to have CRISPR babies, like Elon Musk is doing. They're going to be augmented. It's going to be like Gattaca, which there's another predictive programming thing for you. Example of gene editing applications given in a RAND report, including adding reptilian genes that provide the ability to see infrared. We're out here making chimera babies. I don't like it. So do you guys know about Ozempic and where the molecular structure for Ozempic derived from? Like the what is it? Exidin 4, I think. It's a polypeptide protein that is derived from the venom of the Gila monster, which is a lizard. And if I had to say that one of the things that personally in the past David Icke has sort of ventured off into the eccentric side of things. Reptilians come up all the time. I mean, it is what it is. People try to give them shit for it. The more that I learn, I think it was just a misphrasing, because we're making reptilian people. Anyone that you know that is on Ozempic, and Ozempic is got a huge market cap. Novo Nordisk, the company behind it, $1 billion company. And it's projected to be even larger by 2030. They're creating lizard people. They're taking hormones found in lizards and putting them in people. And that's crazy. What? Pentagon is researching gene editing, Internet of Bodies, and AI to enhance human performance. It's going to be really interesting to see what the Olympics look like in 30 years. Are they going to ban genetically modified people? Because they ban like things like steroids. Alex Jones is a lizard person. Wild times we live in. Ozempic is literally evil. Notice how Elon always promotes these drugs to masses by saying he takes them. Yeah, what didn't he just mention something? Was it today about how he took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine? Yeah, okay. Okay. Sure you did. Some guy used to use snake venom as a way to slow down aging, and with how often these people live till 100, they probably use it. There's actually something called a centurion. I think it's a centurion. But people like Brian Johnson, who want to live forever, so he's measuring his son's bodily functions, for lack of a better term, and stealing his blood. He's stealing his son's blood to keep himself young. Adding reptilian genes that provide the ability to see in infrared, making humans stronger, more intelligent, or more adapted to extreme environments. So we're going to have a mutant military right here. And sure enough, adding reptilian genes that provide the ability to see in infrared, making humans stronger, more intelligent, more adapted. I don't like that. I don't like that. Reptilian is Aryan, Serpent of Dan. It's no coincidence that the Office of Director of National Intelligence is an anagram of Odin. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that. How you doing, Michael? Okay. Let's see here. Man, you guys sidetrack me so easy. Everything you guys say is so interesting that I just want to go look at it, and I keep forgetting that we're supposed to have a topic today. Where do we even go back to? Okay, who was the other person that was part of Palantir? No bueno. I agree. He legit looks like a vampire. Brian Johnson? Did you see he was on Piers Morgan the other day? And I was like, I was looking at him. Couldn't believe it. Why are you guys? I mean, it's literally vampirism. They don't need the blood. They're feeding off of their own children to stay youthful. Joe Lonsdale. Thank you, sir. Joe Lonsdale is a big deal. And then we also have, who was the guy that got wrapped up in the Epstein stuff? Leon Black? Is it Leon Black or something? I'm going to misspeak. I'm going to accidentally say someone's name and they're going to come at me for defamation. Let's see. I know it's on here somewhere. I think it might have been Apollo Global. Yeah, it was Leon Black. Leon Black agreed to $62.5 million to settle Epstein-related claims. Billionaire investor Leon Black agreed to. Now this isn't Palantir. This is Apollo Global, but Peter Thiel's he has an on and off again relationship with Apollo Global, and Apollo Global just comes from all the Drexel Burnham Lambert people, including Nigel Farage, who used to work there, and Michael Milken, who got pardoned by Donald Trump, part of the Milken Institute, Milken Global Conference, where Brock Pierce has spoken, as we all know, Tether, Bitcoin Foundation, Blockchain Capital, Mastercoin, who worked with Steve Bannon at the IGE thing, which is where we get Steve Bannon, who is going for Trump. Now, Brock Pierce. And I confronted Ian Carroll about this, but hanging out with Ian Carroll's podcast co-hosts, Trudeau's half-brother, Kyle Kemper, and Dustin Stockton, a MAGA grifter that he does this podcast with. I don't like the guy, and you guys can tell him I don't care. I don't think he's genuine. I think he's a piece of shit. And that I'm keeping that on record. I think he's a piece of shit. I think he's inauthentic intentionally. And he just reminds me of like Gen Z's Alex Jones. Anyway, what else is he connected to? Joe Lonsdale is connected to Larry Summers through University of Austin. You said Larry Summers. Do you have a link I might be able to look at? That kind of breaks all that down. I just want to make sure I get everybody involved. how they made this web happen with all these connections and how no one else has really paid attention or noticed until it was seemingly too late. Well, and it's tough because what they do is they do all of these things like the plane crashes and the everything else, that they end up putting through the media all the time that keeps you from looking at this stuff. Or like the fact that costs are constantly rising, so you have to feel like you have to work all the time and work over, and then they distract you with things like social media and keeping up with TV shows. And it's like their main goal is to make sure that you don't have time to sit and critically think. You do that, then you start looking into this stuff, and they don't want people to have time. Larry Summers, Larry Fink, Larry Ellison. Yeah, Larry Ellison's another piece of work too. And you said that was Austin, University of Austin. Austin. Who is they at the top though? I can't name the names because I don't know them. And I think they're intentionally hidden, right? And they have all these frontmen. Like Larry Fink has a guy he answers to. Klaus Schwab has a guy he answers to. I mean, it could be like the Orsinis or some other like very, very old money. But like the Rothschilds aren't the final boss. Joe Lonsdale founded University of Austin with Barry Weiss, who is Mossad, and Larry Summers, along with others. Wait, founded the University of Austin? Really? Really? Let me grab that. Where'd you put that? Ugh. Even just reading the name Barry Weiss makes me uncomfortable. What a bad person. Actually reminds me, since we're talking about Mossad, one time I interacted with Gad Sad. Well, I didn't interact with him, but I reposted something that was like a video of him or something like that, and said, self-professed member of Mossad, Gad Sad, or Gad Sad, or whatever, however you want to pronounce it. I don't give a shit. But saying something, and he ended up reposting me, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm part of Mossad, and you better watch out because I'll leak your internet history." And I'm like, "Okay, have at it. I don't care." But yeah, it's hard to say who it is. Now, there's obviously a huge pattern of the beliefs of these people at the top, and a lot of them are aligned with things like Kabbalistic belief systems. There's me coming through with the test again. Look at the Magna Carta, surety barons. They are all Knights Templar. The true royals are Norse. And that's where we start to get into like really old. Like, do you guys think that this goes back to the Silk Road or further? Because I think the Silk Road is where a lot of what I'm going to call the old world order, which was the new world order before technology came along, like computing and AI and like this whole new like digital dystopia that we're seeing. Like right now, very much like the French Revolution, where King Louis XVI was set up to fail so that he could be vilified, so they could tear all of that down and start the French Republic. And that was co-opted by the Sabbateans and their way to sneak usury in. Technocracy is just going to be the usury of the 21st century. I've always wondered why so many in power push crazy ideas, and they're so old that they'll never see the fruits of their labor come to fruition in their lifetime. So what's their motivation? It's so hard to determine, but I'm convinced that a lot of these people do actually believe the things, like all of these esoteric things. Merovingians are the Xiongnu Huns. Aryans are not white aristocracy. Um, and that's different from like Arianism that was established in Rome, right? Or am I wrong? I very well could be. Some of them are old enough to shit dust. Yeah, you look at people like Jacob Rothschild. Why are you still here? SS required a pedigree that is for nobility. Oh, Joe Lonsdale is Palantir, right? We have, I don't know who Pano Canelos is. Whoa! Pastel Misfit, thank you for the donation. Holy shit, I wasn't expecting to make money. Your webs make it so I can actually keep up with and understand this crazy world. Fantastic work you're doing. Thank you so much. Wow. I'm gonna make sure I put that to good use by trying to keep my internet and electricity paid for, so that I can keep doing what I'm doing. Unless you want me to put it towards something or you guys have ideas, because I'm totally down. Yo, first salary. I'm already. Look, we're up already from the start of stream. It's all downhill from. Or wait, how does? Never mind. Doesn't matter. But hey, someone had to be the first. W man, you deserve it. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. I will say, this is the first dollar and first $10 that I have made since I've started doing this. Nobody's paying me. And if somebody tries to pay me, you guys will know about it. Now, obviously, I'm affiliated with Iconic, and they're gonna reimburse me for some of the work that I'm doing, but they're not paying me to say things. I have complete creative control over my show. Usually, they don't even see it before it goes up on the website, and I ask them straight up in a meeting, "Is there anything I can't talk about?" And they said, "As long as it's true, talk about it." And that was a really big thing for me, because if they would have said anything was off the table, I was going to walk away. And I told him straight to his face too. I said, "Look, if there's anything I can't talk about, I can't work here." So I have some good faith in the Iconic, and that's not to plug my team or anything like that, but I think there's some good intentions over there. I think this goes back to Samaria, or before that, the priest class held the knowledge. So that's like King Sargon of the Akkadians and stuff, right? Because you had the war between the Akkadians and the Sumerians. I'm convinced that the Akkadians might have been the bad guys. Here's a weird theory, and this may show my level of ignorance. The Norse mythology of the war between the Dark Elves and the Light Elves. Akkadians, Sumerians, maybe. Maybe. It's possible. Now I'm no theologian, but maybe. I've heard weirder theories with less weight. Sumerian in Iraq, Tocharian and Tartarian in China. It's the same group in different places building civilizations around the world, the serpent culture. And that's where we get like the medical symbol and things like that. It's the year of the snake this year, so this is a big year for them. There's always Trump's snake poem. The new priests and keeper of the flames are the technocrats we're seeing now. Politicians are just useful idiots. Yeah, they're it's the false light. The chaos and the order. Now, according to who is a good question, because I don't see it as that. I see it as tyranny, but tomato, I suppose. Okay, so sorry that donation threw me for a loop there, and then you guys started talking about secret societies. I'm starting to learn things because that I'll be honest, the esoteric, the occult, all that stuff I've known about. You know, the Rothschilds and the Jesuits and Rosicrucians and things like that, but I don't have knowledge like a lot of people do in that sort of thing. I just know how to look stuff up. That's kind of my only skill set. Dan's symbols are the eagle, serpent, scorpion. All the symbols connect. Yeah, because they even use like the two-headed eagle for like the House of Rothschild and stuff, right? It's like runes and hieroglyphs. Yeah, there's power in language, and you know, there's some people will say, you know, manifestation and stuff, and I mean, to a degree, the double slit experiment kind of gives credence to needing an observer to determine an outcome in like metaphysical or quantum physics, right? Not metaphysical, that was the wrong term. And you said this was Austin University, and they were wrapped up in the Epstein stuff? That's interesting. Wasn't Lex Friedman just recently saying that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't Mossad and that he was just some eccentric guy who was into some crazy stuff? Very weird that he would say that. Larry Summers, Barry Weiss, Joe Lonsdale. Might be able to do something like that. Tie all these guys together. Symbology will be their downfall because the hierarchy cannot be truly inverted. Yeah, they're trying to take the pyramid and keep it that way. Claims that Michael Schellenberger has had use of Cicero resources for the last few years as they somewhat aligned, and he's given them a lot of stuff. And Michael Schellenberger, I think you had actually commented something like this on one of my posts recently. It might have been the one for this show. So they're directly connected then. Is that right? Joe Lonsdale and Michael Schellenberger? Canaanites of the Bible. Yes. Yes. I believe that the Canaanites, all of the esoteric stuff from like ancient Mesopotamian deities, play a part in even like the Abrahamic religions, which I apologize if anybody here is a follower or believer of that. I think that you should always have your own personal relationship with a higher power, and institutionalized religions are forms of control. And that's not to attack anybody for what they believe, but just sort of my observation objectively of what I understand the Abrahamic religions to be. Read the Bhagavad Gita. Asks Lord Krishna if going to war against his brother is a good thing. Krishna says, F that, all men must die. Fight for what you believe in this moment. Professor at the University of Austin. Okay. So it says here the chair is intended to advance the study of censorship and technological, political, economic, and cultural conditions that lead to the suppression of speech. Oh. By exposing students to historical and recent manifestations of censorship, the chair will facilitate the responsible exercise of free speech in a pluralistic society. That just sounds like what we've been through in the last 10 years. Best-selling author, publisher of the Twitter Files. That's where he starts to tie into Elon. So maybe we bring him over here, like so. We'll bring Barry Weiss up and out of that. Not meaning to make a pentagram there. That just kind of happened. Sorry. But we have, I guess I'll put like Twitter/X. And we'll make events and things like that, like Twitter Files, documents. I would consider like COVID-19 would be an event. We're gonna make those purple. So we have that with the Twitter files. Or wait, this should be green. The Twitter files should be purple. Because that was basically like the look at everything that Jack Dorsey was doing and he's so bad. And he was basically like the Joe Biden of social media. Showed you a picture from Teal's event, Hereticon. That's right. That's right. Okay, so we can bring him down here. So Teal, does Teal then he's a big is he the one that is behind Hereticon? Actually, I think Pastel Misfit may have sent me something on Hereticon as well. What do you think of all the what do you all think of Mike Binns and his influence over Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi? Ooh, I don't know that name. Taibbi? Bard College? Freelance reporter working in the former Soviet Union. Granted, Goldman Sachs, a vampire squid. I mean, that's true. New Brunswick, Concord Academy. I don't know what that is. Coeducational independent college preparatory school for boarding and day students in Concord, Massachusetts. And the Bard College, that's secret society shit. Leningrad Polytechnic University. They have the Rothschild double eagle symbol right here. What? Oh my god. Okay. Taibbi worked with Musk on the Twitter files until Musk said, "You're dead to me." Oh, so I used him for everything he was worth and then dropped him. And you said he's Schellenberger is attached to this Hereticon thing too, right? Tapped by David Sachs. I knew he was gonna come up eventually. I saved him for just for that. We'll put him here. Matt Taibbi. See, I didn't even know who Matt Taibbi was. And you're saying that David Sachs helped with getting all that pushed out and published? So we have Hereticon, Michael Schellenberger. So what is Michael Schellenberger's like operating capacity? What even is Hereticon? I'm not sure I know. Hereticon Apocalypse Ball. And this is on the Founders Fund website. Oh, I don't like this. So is all of this funded by Founders Fund? Because it's on their website. And I need to have a long conversation about Schellenberger. Yes, Hereticon is bananas. Rothschild is a false name for Bauer. And wasn't there another one like Backhour or something like that? But yeah, I remember they were the Bauers with like the Silk Road and stuff, right? It means farmer. Nimrod descended from Cain, which means king or Khan, and is an anagram of Ankh. And that just ties back to ancient Egypt and the pyramids and genetic modification, natalism, parapsychology, artificial consciousness, defense pharmacology, virology, sex, and God. Two babies were. Wait, what? There were lectures, there were performances, there was randomly and happily a marriage. Two babies were conceived at the event, two more because of it. And new ideas were shared in quantities at least as great as drinks consumed. I don't like this. I don't like this thing. Cain built the first city in Enoch, and that's where we get like the Enochians and the fallen angels. Ah, I'm gonna steal this from you. I'm gonna steal this from you. I'm sorry. Shamelessly. We're gonna put this right here. Like this. We should be able to like that. You can zoom in and see it. Freemasonry would lay claim to civilization. I don't like that, man. Not from you. I don't like the idea that they've had all the time in the world. Go right ahead. You're doing me a service, brother. I appreciate you. Okay, so we have Hereticon, Leon Black, tied to Jeffrey Epstein. And how many of these guys are part of Apollo Global? I think Jeffrey Epstein's going to have to go. No, because I can't keep him too far from Peter Thiel, because they did something together. See, this is where it starts to get difficult. You guys are seeing in real time. You know what? We're gonna bring him up here, because Elon also had that email exchange with Jeffrey Epstein where he had met with Ghislaine. So that's obviously going to come up as well. And then we have Robert Maxwell, and that's going to bring you a whole new slew of things. I think that's how you spell it. I don't like the way that she spells her name. All roads lead to a dark spiritual madness that cannot otherwise be explained, in my opinion. I agree. It's like, it makes sense to all the people that I feel like don't have souls. And that's, like, I don't know how, like, I don't know what my final conclusion is on the soul itself, or what it is, or its part to play. But I do know that you can tell when someone doesn't have this thing that makes us human. They lack empathy, and they lack remorse, and they lack guilt, and like genuine goodwill towards their fellow man. Synagogue of Satan? Hey, probably. Probably. I mean, a lot of evil come out of them places, out of them synagogues. And it's trying to figure out a way to say this, dodging community guidelines. I agree. I agree with the thing you're saying. Let's see. Clean up Joe Rogan here. Okay. Yeah, like look at this. We're barely anywhere. And then each of these people are going to have things. You are your soul. That's why it's your body, but it's not you. You are a ghost in a shell. And that's the thing is, like, I do feel like there is something. I do feel like there is a higher power. What that is, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to comprehend. But what I do know is that it's the thing that drives us to be social and to connect with each other and to have that common goodwill and want to do good, even for no incentive at all, even if, it's to our own detriment. I mean, the phrase like give the shirt off your own back, it's those sort of principles and like shared values and stuff that you can't teach a lot of that stuff. It you either have it or you don't. And El is the father of angels, Holy Ghost dad, and El is just Saturn. From everything I've read. Okay. So oh man, we're coming up on 75% of the stream being done. Holy shit. Okay. We're basically nowhere. Let's go ahead and tie Sergey Brin to Peter Thiel via Stanford. So we'll bring Stanford out here. Because Stanford, I'm convinced, is like the recruiting capital of the world for the CIA. And it's no coincidence that Peter Thiel is a part of this also. He's actually, they give him guest speaking spots, and every time he comes, it's like the CEO is showing up to your company, and everything's got to be Saturn is the usurper, Christ cried out, Eloha, or my El on the cross. See, I thought, because I've seen so many things in like ancient Mesopotamian religions, and just kind of looking through those, that El is Saturn, or another name for it. Stanford. We'll do that. And then Sergey Brin, we have to find a way to tie him. See, this is where it's going to get tough. Let's bring him up here. Like this. Because Sergey Brin and his ex-wife, Anne Wojcicki, went to Epstein's Island together, according to various reports. Let's see. Journalist Matt Taibbi from the Twitter Files publishes his convo with Elon Musk and how Musk was pissed about publishing on Substack. He's so petty. He's so childish. For a guy that is the front man for having everything in the world, you would think, oh wow, yeah, this is direct. Elon, am I being shadow banned? We went on lockdown after discovering that Substack had stolen a massive amount of our data to pre-populate their Twitter ripoff. Like there's still a blanket search ban, should be fixed by tomorrow. Going forward, tweets with Substack will not appear in For You unless it's paid advertising, just like Facebook, Instagram, etc. They will appear in Following. That's manipulation of the algorithm. Yeah, there's the New York Post thing. Awesome. Thank you for that. I'm assuming that's the one about Sergey Brin and his wife. Repeatedly declined to criticize you and have nothing to do with your beef with Substack. Is there a reason why I'm being put in the middle of things? This seems really crazy. You're dead to me. Please get off Twitter and just stay on Substack. Look, I couldn't spend money to buy Substack because I bought Twitter. And you're taking the narrative out of my platform where I can completely control everything about it and moving it somewhere else. And I don't like that. So you're dead to me. What a child. Well, Matt's back. He's here. That's crazy. From back in February. Jesus. Wild stuff. We're getting into some wild stuff. Okay, you have what I'm assuming is the New York Post thing. Yep. Yep. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we're gonna bring this over, and I'm gonna screenshot it so that we have it as a tie here. And a lot of people don't know this. After Sergey Brin was married to Ann Wojcicki, I believe he married Nicole Shanahan because they met at Stanford. And Nicole Shanahan divorced him, became a billionaire, and then supported RFK. You know who else was a big supporter of Nicole Shanahan? I'll let you guys take a guess. He has a mustache. Okay, so we have the ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Ann Wojcicki, also part of, I believe she's the CEO, owner of 23andMe. Oh, that should be green. Her sister, Susan, CEO of YouTube. She's coming back up. I'm finally getting to her. We have Susan Wojcicki, who was CEO of YouTube. Isn't Roloff Botha from Sequoia Capital also wrapped up in the? I'd have to go look at my other web here, because I do have a lot of this already kind of pre-mapped out. Okay, Sequoia Capital, Roloff Botha, board of directors of YouTube. Okay, so I may just take all of this, and I'm going to explain it as I add it. Oh, they're so large. Because then we also have the Stanford Board of Fellows that Herbert Hoover was a part of. And he started the Hoover Institute, which is a subsidiary of Stanford. And Peter Thiel is on their YouTube videos talking all the time. One who died of cancer and her son died of an OD. Yes! Creator of in the Garden of Eden is called El Shaddai. Saturn is Kronos, who is possibly Yahweh. The Canaanite pantheon shows El as Yahweh's father. I think they replaced the names to trick people into unknowingly worshiping Satan, Samael, by another name. See, and I think that's where I sort of start to get lost in the esoteric stuff, because I know there's like so much foundational knowledge that comes from like theological texts, and not to like I guess discredit any of it, but more so hopefully to explain why I personally like it starts to make my head spin, very much in the same way that a lot of the stuff that Ryan Sikorsky posts, it's like so out of my depth that when I start to read things, I don't understand. Like I get the gist in the context and stuff, but it all makes common sense because of the angels and the way they are. Senior angels are all named. They all have L at the end of their name. That's also like when I think of the fact that we have elections, or there's the elite, or even the fact that power, like these days, is electricity. I don't think those are coincidences. Elon Musk. The Edge? What is the Edge? So we have Roloff Botha to YouTube, who's over Sequoia Capital. I believe Sequoia Capital also funds Sergey Brin, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. And then we have Square here also coming off of Roll Off Botha. We already have YouTube. Square. Try to usurp like their father, the devil. They do his work. Yes, they do, man. I forget who it was. Do you guys remember who it was in the 60s that started leveraging, like doing leveraged buyouts and stuff that created this whole sort of business acquisition trend that we see these days? What's the website you're using called? It is a program called Obsidian, and it is free. And this is the canvas mode. I think that's how you spell it. Yeah. Yeah, so he's tied to Google. We have Instagram. Instagram being part of Meta. Put the creator's name where it doesn't belong and give the credit to the devil. Ooh, what is this? A lot of stolen valor with these people. They can never do anything good on their own, so they just take everything. Elon Musk was trained in psychological manipulation via Jeffrey Epstein funded program. Whoa. Whoa. The Edge. Oh, wasn't he? So Elon Musk recently posted a picture of him and Jeffrey Bezos from a while ago. And the event that they were at was a Jeffrey Epstein started a like that it was Jeffrey Epstein's event. Isn't that right? It was like Musk and Bezos were at something. Is that what the Edge was? Bezos, Musk, Epstein. Marissa Mayer. Okay. Okay. So we go up to Jeffrey Epstein and we can go ahead and he was at that dinner with Elon and he contacted what was the thing he was doing with Ghislaine? Was it like some workout thing? Judo, kung fu, Taibo? Okay, so that is the Edge. Okay. Let's see here. So what we may do then is the Edge. And I guess if it's an event like Hereticon, we'll keep it gray. So Jeffrey Epstein backed the Edge, which also had Sergey Brin at it. It had Elon Musk at it. It had our boy Jeffy B. He's not my boy, but Jeff Bezos. And Jeff Bezos, obviously, his DARPA ties and Amazon Web Services, all that. So I'm gonna try to build that out real quick. Amazon, AWS. DARPA. What was Bezos's grandfather's name? Because he was like the founder of DARPA, right? Ghislaine Maxwell's former marine conservation charity was a reputation cleanser. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on one second. We also have Marissa Mayer, who I'm not sure who that is. If anybody does know, please feel free to educate me and the rest of the chat. Let's see. The Terramar Project. Terramar. Oh, nope. CEO of Yahoo? Lauren Preston Geist, that's it. I can't share. What? I might be confused. I don't know. I guess like a project could be orange. Lawrence Preston, guys. Thank you for the link there, brother. And so what's this Terramar project about? Stanford? Son of a bitch. Okay. Wonderful. What do you know? We may, man, where can I move this to where it's maybe up here? And let's move some stuff out of the way. But yeah, this is where it starts to get messy. It's always Stanford. I'm telling you guys, if anybody that I know says that they're from Stanford, I don't trust them. Right off the bat. Oh, you're from Stanford? Oh, I never meet you again. Okay, so we have Linda AV here, who's also connected to 23andMe. She sits on the Stanford Board of Fellows and is part of the Human Immunome Project, which is really interesting. But we have Marissa Mayer, also from Stanford. Yes, run. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the chat also should be open to everybody. Like I've clicked the everyone option when it said who's allowed to chat. So I don't want anybody to feel like I'm leaving them out. Some people aren't verified, some people don't follow me. And that's not how you crowdsource the truth, by gatekeeping. No thanks. Dude, she's part of AT&T and Walmart? Oh my god. Okay. Oh man. Walmart bought this thing called Jet from, it was either Citadel or Bain Capital, for their real-time pricing algorithms. And that's where we're going to slowly start seeing digital price tags in grocery stores, and they're going to start changing prices. SRI is basically an agency cutout. What is SRI? I may not know. Walmart? Or is that Stanford Research Institute? I'm guessing. Okay, and then also Nextdoor. Yeah, Look at this already. Like, just from what we've done so far. And I got distracted for a lot of it. Which is fine. Because we haven't even gone into, like, Ken Howery. We still have to talk about Curtis Yarvin coming off of Peter Thiel. That's an interesting one. We have Jeff Bezos with we need to put DARPA somewhere on here. Yeah, Stanford Research Institute, okay. DARPA, which I'm okay leaving as just DARPA. Or wait, what did we make government stuff? Yellow. Wait, so why did I make the University of Austin that? Wait, no, okay. I need to, not you guys, me. We need to find a new color. Maybe we go with like dark blue. Or schools. Would the Hoover Institute be considered like a subsidiary of a school or a think tank? Because if it's like a think tank, then I can probably keep those yellow. But this is where we start to get. So we're going to keep like governing body, governing things, political specifically stuff. Well, no, I don't know. Curtis Yarvin was at Hereticon. Of course he was. Curtis Yarvin. Oh. What is this software? It is called Obsidian. It is free to download, free to use. Takes some getting used to, and this is called their canvas mode. Sorry, this is my first time here. This is the first episode. So perfect timing. Welcome to the stream. It's all Freemasonry, which is the occult, and that leads to the Bible and the times. Yeah, the Freemasons and their ties to like the Kabbalah and all that stuff, and Jewish mysticism ends up playing a huge part in all of the games and the convolution and the inversions and things like that. I guess DARPA, was it Stanford and Berkeley that helped DARPA with the ARPANET? Thanks, glad to be here. Hey, glad to have you, brother. ARPANET. I think Terramar was secretly about creating no-go zones for governments in international waters for the likes of Epstein. Really? I'd believe it. ARPANET, I guess we'll just keep it yellow. I'm not mistaken there, right? It was Stanford and UC Berkeley. The San Francisco Ballet. Okay. Wait, Verizon? Oh, yeah, we never did add Yahoo. Sorry. Yahoo, that got acquired by Verizon, right? Who bought Tumblr? He spokesperson for Google. You don't say. You don't say, Marissa Mayer. Any relation to John Mayer? Probably not. Maybe. So now we have Marissa Mayer tied up in Google as well. And that's where we get the Alphabet. All the way to Robert Califf, who's tied to Elon. Peter Thiel has invested in SpaceX. Oh, I'm gonna have to move some of this up. But officially, Terramar project didn't pay out a single dollar in grants between 2013 and 2017, ran up high overhead costs for a charity of its size, produced no tangible examples of success. I mean, I think they were successful in what they set out to do, but they couldn't tell you what it was because then they'd get shut the fuck down, right? Is that Musk? It is. It is. I have been making somewhat of a living. Oh. Christina Buttons. Isn't Christina Buttons tied up with what's his name? Chris, is it Brunel or something? I could be mistaken. But the guy from he got let go from somewhere. Yeah, they traffic kids. Yeah, but you can't show that on an expense report. So they had no success on record. Very successful at what they set out to do. Terrible thing. Chris Burnett went after her. Okay, that makes more sense. The Manhattan Institute. And that brings in Bill Ackman, who's also got ties to Epstein because he donated to Bill Ackman's wife at MIT. Oh my God. Okay. All right. We're going to get this all. Curtis Yarvin. Oh shit. He might have to go somewhere else. We're going to bring him up here. Maybe. Making it worse. Here we go. Curtis Yarvin. Christina Buttons. I was trying to remember that stuff. Usually when it's not like politically significant, I have a hard time committing it to memory. Like I don't know. I know who Nick Fuentes is, but if you try to get me to name like anybody else he's like wrapped up with, I'd be like, I don't know. Didn't he start out with Ben Shapiro? Holland Wright. Their bloodliners are the black nobility. And that's where you start to get like the Orsinis and stuff, right? Curtis Yarvin. What is NXIUM? What is that? A cult led by Keith Raniere? I've heard of Theranos. Isn't that the thing with the lady that said that she had a thing? NXIM cult? I don't know. Keith Raniere. Yeah, it's that lady. NXIVM. Wasn't it weird that I accidentally put the U and it still came up with something that seems like it's kind of fucked up? What was this lady's name? I can't remember, but she was like running a scam where she could. It was something to do with DNA. Something to do with blood. It was like she would test blood. The Manhattan Institute with Schellenberger. Wait, Schellenberger is part of the Manhattan Institute? Bergerger. Bronfman, Seagrams. No, he's not part of it, but she is. Christina Buttons is. Is she still currently there? Manhattan Institute, and that's technically a company. Elizabeth Holmes, that's it. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. That was going to bother me. Peter Thiel's transhumanist with the Pritzker family. Lobbyist and future. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Schellenberger. So we have Ariel Scarcella. Is she significant? Oh. The Pritzker family. Okay. Rothman, millionaire heiress to Seagram's fortune, was arrested in the Nexium cult scandal. Oh shit! What up, Henry Fjord? How you doing, brother? Good to see you in here. Not to you, she's just an influencer. Okay. Pritzker family. Make them red. Need to follow back. I will do my best. Trying to think. So the Pritzkers, who are they? Let me just look at this. Schellenberger. Who's this Cat Rosenfield person? Are they? Oh man. Schellenberger, Murphy, Wright. Okay. Murphy, Wright, Buttons. Who's the Murphy in this? Megan. Megan who? Who's this Megan lady? Megan Murphy. Okay. Or Aisha. Uh and Megan Murphy's part of the Pritzker family or Hyatt Hotels? I didn't know that. Canadian feminist that sued Twitter. Oh. Oh geez. What's Pritzker's first name? Murphy. And it's Meg Han Murphy, yeah. We have Megan Murphy. And she was part of the Manhattan Institute with Christina Buttons, affiliated with the Pritzker family through his nuclear energy lobbying. Do you know what the brothers trans? I mean, I would consider all these people transhumanist. JB. I wonder if he ever changed his name. JB Pritzker. And you said he is the governor of Illinois. Who would let all these people into these positions of power like this? Breakthrough Institute. Okay. Okay, I think I'm getting a little lost. You guys have to remember, I'm not very smart. Buttons is with Manhattan Institute. Schellenberger, Megan Murphy, who is up here. Wait. I typed her name somewhere, right? I must have lost it. This happens a lot. Where did I put it? Oops. Maybe I didn't? I could have swore I added her somewhere on here already. Oh, there she is. Okay. Okay. Almost lost her. So she's part of the Manhattan Institute. Rachel Pritzker is the one that he worked with. Rachel Pritzker is Elon Musk's PR person, right? Rachel Pritzker. And you said that was through his old nonprofit, Breakthrough Institute and Environmental Progress. Are those two things or one thing? So I'll put this here. Family. Oh. Jennifer Pritzker. Okay. Jennifer Pritzker. And I still have to bring in Bill Ackman. Oh, man. Let's see. We'll put Ackman over here. Michael Schellenberger. Okay. Okay. I'm definitely getting confused. Okay, so we're gonna let's see. Might be able to do something like this. It's down here. I'm gonna put David Sachs here so I can bring this up. And then we'll bring Michael Schellenberger up just a tad. And boom. Put our files like that. Okay. Bill Ackman. Anybody remember his wife's name? Two things. Okay. Megan Murphy is not. Oh, okay. Okay, my apologies. My apologies. You know, it's a real sad state of affairs if I don't consider you significant enough to be on my web. Delete. Okay, okay, I think I'm following now. Pritzkers were pushing the trans agenda, Breakthrough Institute, environmental progress. Somebody's really trying to reach me on Discord right now, and I don't want to hear it. And these are Schellenberger's ventures. Neri Oxman, that's it. So Neri Oxman got money from Jeffrey Epstein, who donated to her at MIT. we'll bring these down to Schellenberger. Rachel Pritzker. Okay. Okay, I'm following now. I think I confused Rachel Pritzker with Megan Murphy. We're going to do like this. You said she was involved with both of these things? MIT. Fun fact, Thomas Massey's from MIT. Sus. Wait, MIT schools are going to be blue, dark blue. All right. And then we can probably put that there. Jeffrey Epstein going there. And tied to Bill Ackman's wife. Bill Ackman, Universal Music Group. He's also one of the biggest donors to Planned Parenthood ever. So there's more transhumanist shit. Okay. Okay, got it. Got it. Nailed it. Fantastic. Thank you for clearing that up for me. Sorry, I'm a little slow. Tim also, way to contribute, Tim. Very interesting and wild. Yeah. Like, okay, so here's where we started. And all I did was put PayPal between them. I mean, this is all other stuff that needs to be coming over. So we'll take this and we'll bring it off of Christo up here. How Wise co-founder went from tech darling to tax list of shame. I think Wise actually just recently kicked Derek Bros off of their platform. Bunch of bastards. If Massey is one of the rest, I might cry some. You know he knows about a lot more than just the AIPAC lobbying. You know he does. He don't say nothing. If they ain't saying nothing, there's usually a reason. I wanted to believe it too, especially with all the stuff that happened with his wife, but I think it was because of the AIPAC shit. And they were like, don't. What up, Baby Sharp? How you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. You may have been here earlier, but we've gone through so much stuff already. I can't remember. I'm sorry. What else is Bill Ackman wrapped up in? I like Massey. I like the things he says and claims to stand. I think that huge fan of Derek Bros here. Dude, me too. I'm actually supposed to sit down with him for an interview sometime soon. I'm interviewing him. And that's awesome. I like everything he does. One of the donors to university. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Okay, how do we... Maybe we can just bring him down. No. See, this is where it starts to get so difficult keeping everything in order. I'm just gonna shuffle some things around here. Okay. Here we go. Boom. Cool. Universal Music Group. Obviously, we get the Lucian Grange, Clive Davis, all that good stuff. Well, not good stuff, but Clive Davis, Lucian Grange. I'm not sure if I spelled that right. E Diddy. So Bill Ackman is tied up with the record label for P Diddy, and his wife got money from Jeffrey Epstein. So what's that tell you? If you are the company you keep. Gross. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Is this going to give us like a dossier of everybody involved with this? Joe Lonsdale. University's president, Pano Canelos. Executives from Elon's SpaceX and Boring Company are helping the school. Oh, man. I'm learning so many new things right now. So we have Pano Canelos. Oh, I already put him on here. That was redundant. Sorry. But we have SpaceX and the Boring Company. People from that are also tied up in this University of Austin thing. That's not a good look. I'm trying to keep some sources here too. Means we're gonna have to move Redicon a little like that. So is Peter Thiel. God, of course he is. I'm not even surprised by that one. Peter Thiel is involved with everything that sucks. Like the very first web that I did in this software was trying to map out everything Peter Thiel was involved in. It's been months, and I'm still not anywhere where I need to be with that. Because I'm going to be doing a big project surrounding him and the PayPal Mafia that I'll be announcing sometime in the future. Big project. Okay, so we also have Blavatnik? Who's that? Who's Blavatnik? Lynn Blavatnik. I guess I've looked at him before, but the name doesn't ring a bell. Whoa, $5. What? Thank you, brother. Forgotten Pagan God. Love the show. First time I've seen it. It's pretty crazy how easy it is to find all the connections between these people. We need more people like you that show it. Great work, man. Dude, thank you, brother. Oh man. I got into this not expecting anything, and over the last few months, like, it has been an outpour of support. And what's crazy to think, he's a big deal. See, and I've looked at him before, and I'm not sure, but I've had a lot of jobs in my time, and usually the reason that I leave a job is because I stand on principle and get in trouble, because it would be, I'm like a manager or a boss, and they're like rolling out some new policy or something, and I'm like, this is really gonna screw over my employees, and I don't like it, and I want to complain to somebody, and I don't want to stand behind this because I don't want to put my name behind something that's going to take advantage of people, screw people over, what have you. And all the time I would put the hours in, put in the work, and I get high enough to get the dirt, and then I would try to be the blockade so that people don't get negatively impacted by companies doing shitty things. And I would always get in a lot of trouble. I should have started journalism and research a long time ago because it seems to be the only field that rewards you for having integrity and principles. So thank you, Forgotten Pagan God. I appreciate that, man. Okay, we gotta look at this Lynn Blavatnik guy. Okay, so he's Columbia, Harvard. I misspelled Columbia. I was like, why doesn't that look right? Ain't that the truth? Man. It's crazy because when you call out the messed up stuff and the corrupt stuff, it seems like journalism and research are the only things that actually reward you for being honest and being truthful and always trying to be altruistic. And everything else just doesn't. So I'm probably gonna do this until I die. If that's good news for anybody. Because I have enjoyed it. I love this stuff. I love exposing people that are abusing their fucking power. That is like my favorite thing in the world. I used to be told, don't be a tattletale. I'm gonna tell on them. I'm telling on all of them. Research is my hobby. It's so fun. Dude, the second that you make it your job, you're gonna be doing it for 16, 18 hours a day like me. Doing all, man, it's, you probably do already. I mean, you seem to be extremely knowledgeable, and I'm definitely down to hop into a call sometime, and we'll Access Industry. See, I've looked at Access Industries Holdings for some reason before. It's purple. What was I looking at? It has to be in here. Facebook, maybe? A Facebook invest? Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Deezer. I don't know what Converse is, but Warner Brothers, Warner Music Group. Lyondell. Reward in indie media is never about money. Exactly. Yeah, I like that. I do get a lot of support from my better half. She's kind of carried the torch for us while I figured all this stuff out. And as of today, I know she's watching this. I've made $15 now. Okay, so maybe I'm kidding. She's great. Maybe now I get to choose the restaurant. What say you? No. Cattle on the Powerful, man. It's not the most profitable in terms of cash, but the true ROI exists in reputation. I agree. And I think that calling out the people that also lead other people astray is so important. A lot of people think that I'm obsessed with some people that are on Twitter. Again, you guys already know who I'm probably talking about. But I call him out all the time because I know he knows that he's fucking lying, and it pisses me off. I'm not jealous. I don't want that many people. I don't want to be at that level of fame. Now, I want everyone to absorb the information. But when you get that high up, you know you're getting rewarded, and you're getting rewarded for lying to people. And lying is my biggest fucking pet peeve in the world. I've ended relationships, friendships, jobs, everything. I smelled a rat early on and unfollowed. Yeah, it's at the point now where like I have some stuff on them that I can't put out because it would be considered doxing. But I've done some like business registration research stuff on his parents. You know, just like, where are these motherfuckers coming from? I think there's some relations to Stanford. I haven't been able to confirm that though. So if anybody has any resources out there, $15 will buy you a case of eggs, some meat, cheese, and a bit of nicotine for 5 days here in Columbia where I live. Dude, hell yeah. I've been hitting up the farmers market a lot, and all the people I'm talking to, uh they all feel a certain way about like Bill Gates, Monsanto, and all that. And I'm like, okay, all right, cool. You don't use like HGH, you're not doing any pesticides, insecticides, all that stuff. And they all swear they don't. And I've been eating food from there and I feel better. I started drinking raw milk. I've had raw milk for the last 3 weeks straight. I thought it was going to tear me up inside. I'm fine. And it's been great. Yeah, these lying Pied Pipers have to be called out. Yeah, dude, same with Alex Jones. Like, Alex Jones pisses me off so bad. He was probably always a psyop. It's hard to say. Because, like, there's no way you just coincidentally have that many family members that you say are in the CIA. I mean, his dad was getting recruited for some underground CIA project where he was going to install dental implants on spies during the Cold War. Biodynamic farmers are the true gangsters. Dude, amen, brother. Amen. What's up, RTOB? Dude, I've farm to table eggs. I can get them for the same price they are at the grocery store right now. And as long as I get there early enough, easier to get fentanyl than raw milk. I know. They have to sell it to me under the guise that it's for my pet. And I don't tell them that I'm drinking it. But I do. But I do. Okay, what else about this this Blavatnik guy? We have Warner Music Group. Oh man, I've released music on Deezer. I hate that it's on this list when Spotify's already here. Deezer. What's Access Entertainment? Is that like the E Hollywood stuff? That like red carpet worshiping bullshit? Probably not. It's probably some like conglomerate that owns like 15 other fucking things. And the Dazen Group. Entertainment company that focuses on film and television. Led by former BBC television director Danny Cohen, huh? What a coincidence. Coincidence. So we got Danny Cohen, who is from the BBC. Now we're starting to get transatlantic up in this thing. No high fructose corn syrup here in South America. The U.S. is an experiment in chemically infused comestibles, consumables. Maybe a pome like Spanish. That probably is a word. Eatable, edible. Every time I visit the U.S., the food makes me confused and angry. That would explain a lot. No, yeah, they're at war with us everywhere, and that includes our gut. Okay, so they just make a bunch of movies. Okay, so I could probably get out of this. Access, but Access Industries. Hazen Group. Oh. Yeah. There we go. Now we have the hierarchy correct. What an accurate description. 60 Minutes, Anti-Woke University of Austin will fight censorship culture. That reminds me a lot of... That link says Bill Ackman donates to University of Austin. Strive is like Vivek's version of this, right? Of the University of Austin. Wait. Oh, I thought Ruth's Chris was about to be tied up in this financially. I don't know Vivek's version. It's called Strive. And it's got the same people tied up in it. Strive, asset management. There's supposed to be a way to like meet the team. I don't think this is gonna have the investors though. Drive. Where you get Peter Thiel, JD Vance, and Bill Ackman. And Bill Ackman was also a huge donor to Vivek Ramaswamy, who's part of the Federalist Society, or he is a contributor to the Federalist Society with, I believe it's 6 out of our Supreme Court justices. So we have Strive. Bill Ackman donates to. We're gonna have to find a better placement for that because I may be messed up putting Peter Thiel and Elon Musk so close together. That should work. Bring SpaceX down a little. Like that. We definitely need to put JD Vance here somewhere. We'll put Klaus Thiel over here for now. And what I'm going to do is... Oh, I just realized that this browser is all up in the way. You have to co-opt the counterculture that arises against it. It's a shame most people still fall for it. Musk and Thiel should be joined at the hip. I know, but there's so many things between them that join them. Like how anybody can mention Elon Musk in the same, in like an article or thought or anything like that and not include Peter Thiel. I have no idea. Because Peter Thiel should have a line drawn to every single one of Musk's companies, which is what we're going to eventually do. Let's see if we can maybe move him up here just a little. And we'll move some of his companies around. Bring the Boring Company here. SpaceX here. Peter Thiel's in Tesla. Peter Thiel is involved in Neuralink. I believe he's funding that, but he also has his own called BlackRock Neurotech that also got funding from the FDA. The same Robert Califf, and that's Peter Thiel's brain chip company. If you thought Neuralink was the only one, it is not. There are so many. Can anybody keep me accountable? Did Peter Thiel invest in Twitter after Elon bought it? Need to put an image of Moloch behind them? Dude, facts. We need JD Vance on here. For sure. Did you guys know that Vivek and JD Vance were buddies when they went to Yale together? And that they're so close that JD Vance's son is named Vivek after Vivek Ramaswamy. Most people don't know that. Schools are blue. And then that's where we start to get Roivant, which is where he sold COVID vaccines on American taxpayer dime and actively profited from it. And Roivant has all of those subsidiaries, like, what was it, Datavant? Or what was the fake Alzheimer's cure company? Yes. Yes. I think I've referenced this exact article. Dude, you are so good at fucking getting me resources. Bill Ackman, of course. Let's make sure we draw a line in from him. And it's crazy because Bill Ackman used to be like a long-time left-leaning investor. Opposites attract. Thiel won't be having any children naturally, while Musk will be having dozens of his own regardless. The transhumanist agenda continues. Yeah, because Peter Thiel has kids, even though he's gay. Did we ever find out what happened to Jeff Thomas? I don't think so. P. Diddy! How could I forget? Up to 507 live viewers. Holy shit, I haven't even been paying attention. And I don't know why, but I'm so happy and proud for you. Thank you. No, they say it's a suicide, but I mean, if Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Do you guys know about the Bed Bath & Beyond thing? Saudi Prince Al-Walid bin Talal. I wonder how many people are hate watching me right now. Like, dude, stop shattering the illusion. Guys, hold on. Look at this. We're on episode 1. We're probably going to have like 10 episodes just dealing with these guys. Just dealing with these two. Now, granted, we may switch up and kind of change topics every now and then. Like I may do, you know, on episode 3 or 4, we might look at a new topic and start a new web. But we'll always come back and like revisit these and add on to them, because as more people come in, more sources and things like that. So now you got to get 50 Cent and Kanye on the show to set everything straight on Diddy. It fills in so fast. It really does. It's kind of crazy. Like, let's see, we have Vivek with the Soros. Was it Soros Fellowship? or it was something with Soros. I can't remember the name of it, but did you guys know that he did a dissertation there on human chimeras? Which is exactly what we're seeing now with the transhumanists and the CRISPRs and all that. Of course, we have Andreessen Horowitz. We'll bring that out. We'll probably bring that out here, maybe. I think it's Andreessen, but it's spelled Andreessen, so I always say Andreessen. And he's the one with the cone head. Episode 1 and the graph looks like a Neuralink brain. What the hell can we expect from episode 2? I think episode 2 is going to be a slight continuation of this. I think next week I'm gonna take the week to organize all this, and I would like to start doing more live streams more often. It's about just sort of falling into a routine. This has gone way better than I could have hoped. The fact that anybody has showed up and the fact that you guys are participating, you guys are supporting me financially, which is blowing my mind. I appreciate that. Also, never feel like obligated to give me money. I do this for the love of the game. The money does help keep the lights on and stuff, because this is like the full-time job, but I never want to like pressure anybody or make anybody feel like they ever have to give me money for what I'm doing, because I'm doing this for the future of my family and stuff, and that is motivation enough. It's like a fun game. I agree. And this is my experience basically with the web, but instead of you guys giving me stuff, it's been me having to look it all up. And it gets a little daunting sometimes. So this is really like you guys get to learn stuff, I'm learning stuff, we're getting all these webs, and it's gonna end up like contributing to other things that I end up doing. Like I may even do episodes based on these webs on Iconic, and you guys will then know that you helped contribute to research and content that goes on there as well. So I think that'll be really cool. I've also considered the idea of taking these webs and putting them on like merchandise that people can wear out and about. It is fun, but also horrifying. It definitely is. It can be scary. I'm not gonna lie. When I figured out just sort of like how the world really works, oh geez, I had an existential crisis for like a week. Like in my bed, realizing my entire life was a lie, and everything that I had known about history and everything was all made up by a bunch of psychopaths who are just trying to control everything that I think, say, and do. And that fucked with me for a while. But once you get on the other side of it, you kind of look at everything and you realize how much trouble they have to go through to keep you convinced that it's real. They have all the money in the world. They have control over all the media, all the messaging. They own the universities and the schools where you learn things, especially from a very young and susceptible age. They have had thousands of years of planning this stuff out and just sort of coordinating with each other, and we still see through it. And that's fucking powerful. Horrifying when you first figure out that the world is not what you thought, then you keep having those moments at different levels. Yeah, like I still every day get my mind blown at the level of like incestuous nature. Like the fact that I didn't know what Hereticon was before the stream started. Like, you would think with how much I look into, especially Peter Thiel and the transhumanists and the technocrats, that I would have known about that. And then boom, here's this, oh, they have their own Comic-Con? I'm having an episode myself right now, just listening to you. Glad to know we're going through this together. And that's what it's about, man, is their whole game is trying to make you feel alone and isolated and insignificant. But if you were, they wouldn't try so hard to control you. Realized this during COVID lockdowns, and I'm still struggling. It it is one of those things where I have to kind of change my perception also because I mean, just looking at it objectively, right? It looks like we're pretty fucked. But I see it as all this complicated stuff and everything that they do and all the lies in the media. Now it just reeks of desperation. Now every time a new story comes out that's supposed to like make you think a certain thing or scare you or direct the narrative or something like that, they're desperate. And that means they're scared. They're scared of you figuring out what they're doing. You should always remember that. They are afraid of you knowing. And that's why they do everything in their power. They dedicate all of this time and energy into making sure that you don't. But the second you figure it out, everything comes through this new lens, and it seems all so, I don't want to trivialize what they're doing because it's like dystopian as shit, and it is tyranny essentially at the end of the day. But it's like they need it. There's this hole inside themselves, which goes back to when we talked about like having the soul or whatever it is that you believe in, making you human. They don't have that. So instead, they have to bend over backwards and go through all of these hoops and do all this nasty stuff just to try to get what we already have. And they're trying to take it away from us because they're jealous. They have everything in the world and they're still jealous of us. They're pathetic. They call themselves the elite. They're cowards. They are weasels. They're snakes. They're pathetic. All these people are pathetic. And I'll tell them to their face. Elon Musk, let's get into space together, brother. I got some things to say to you. He probably nuked my account. We just start again. We'll start again. Ban evasion. I don't care. No, you do have to operate with a certain level of tact and fact. And you never just want to like do anything that's going to shoot you in the foot. So like with all of this stuff, we're researching everything, providing supporting articles. I'm going off of like some previous knowledge and stuff, but hopefully you guys vet me as well. Don't ever trust anything that I say at face value. Palantir and SpaceX both have space contracts. That may be a whole episode. Yeah, because there's like there's reports of Elon Musk like doing confidential launches of satellites, and I believe that all of his crashed rockets are them secretly launching all of those like Starlink or Palantir satellites up from that rocket, and then it blows up. Okay, we've shot them all into space, and then it blows up, and it's a failure, right? That's my opinion. Now, again, I'm just a retarded guy in his room who uses the internet to look stuff up. I have some theories, and I try to stay away from things I can't prove. But that's what I think. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, we have ARPANET, which goes to Stanford and Berkeley. I'm also hopping all over the place, and I appreciate you guys so much for hanging in with me. Because it can be a little crazy, especially with how much I get sidetracked and distracted. That's going to be a consistent theme here. That's just who I am as a person. I think, oh, look, there's this little bit of information, and then I just go all the way into it. Like, I'm still looking here at the browser for the X investors. We have Sequoia Capital. Of course we do. May have to move Matt Tybee down just a little. And Put that there. Bring the Bilderberg Steering Committee probably just down a little. I have to. Right here. We'll move Oculus up and back. WEF is obviously going to be like its own whole thing. Anduril Industries, which through Palmer Luckey. He looks ridiculous. Did you guys see him on the Sean Ryan CIA podcast? Oh. Oh. We also have Joe Lonsdale. Of course we do. Where you at, Joe? Bring him down a little. Bring this here. Bring Matt down. Yes. We have Scott Nolan. I don't know him, but he used to be at SpaceX. He's now at Founders Fund, of course. Let's see. I might be able to like draw it up here. Scott Nolan. I've never heard of him, but we will look into him because anybody that double dips into Peter Thiel's universe, they got some other shit going on that's completely out of pocket. I don't know how else to describe it except they're doing some shady shit. And we haven't even added like the rest of like Howard Lutnick, and his facial hair is so wrong, dude. It just reminds me of a goat, and that just goes back to like the Baphomet, Saturn, Golden Age, all that same shit. He looks like a goat. Ridiculous. And Palmer Luckey reminds me of an iced tea. Arnold Palmer Luckey. Lemon infused cocktail with strikes of filterless cigarettes thrown in for good measure. Yeah, the Arnold Palmer Luckey would just be half tea, half lemonade, Everclear, and razor blades. We'll throw a cigarette in, a lit cigarette at that. You have to eat the lit cigarette and then chase it with the drink. Okay, who is Scott Nolan? That's not Scott Nolan. That's not Scott Nolan. Oh, geez. He looks like a clone of Brian Johnson. Investing profile. Okay. Network bio. Oh man, this guy's tied to a lot of stuff. I really didn't see him looking like a Brian Johnson clone. I thought he was going to look different. What else is he in? Radiant? I feel like I've heard of Radiant before. What is that? Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it's Signal NFX Investors, and it's showing all of his investors through Founders Fund, I think. Or it could just be individual contributions. He's the co-founder and CEO of Soshi. He's a senior associate at Bain and Company. Is that tied to Bain Capital? I'm not sure. Space Exploration Technologies, Boeing. Oh, geez. Stanford. Of course he's from Stanford. I should have known. They're always from Stanford. Anyone that ever went to Stanford is a... Look, I automatically don't trust you. That's all I'm going to say. I have a lot more things I could say, but not here. You guys know what I mean, though. I would hope at this point you guys know what I mean. All right, so we need to find a way to get Scott Nolan up to Stanford. Okay, that'll work like that. We'll put that there. And let's bring Christo over just a little. He went to Cornell. Let's bring this down here. Cornell. University. That's going to be blue as well. So he's tied to Boeing. I wonder if he has anything to do with those planes. You guys know all the whistleblowers for Boeing that have gotten killed or found their way on the other side of a very convenient for Boeing suicide. Okay, what is this Radiant company? I've never heard of this. I think it's a biotech company. $100 million. Oh, so it's not going to tell me who the investors are? DCVC. What is that? What are you? Wait, let's look at the team. Care about that. Okay, this may be a bit of a non sequitur. It looks like it's going to funnel into like the healthcare industry, which is just a front for eugenics and transhumanism anyway. We'll add it, I guess, but it doesn't seem very significant to anything. So that's my fault. Sorry for oh wait, it's not even. But I'm sure they have investments in a lot of other things. So we're going to bring this down. Radiant. Oh, it's with an A. Gets funding from DCVC, which is a venture capital firm, so it's going to be light blue. What else can we bring from over here? I believe we've got all of this. But what we can do is take Ken Howry and tie him to basically everything from Founders Fund. So let's go find Ken Howry. Oh, geez. Oh, no. Okay. Come here, Ken. You're going over here with Sean Parker. We'll do that. We'll bring Max Levchin down in his place. And we'll tie Ken Howry to Founders Fund. And I believe he was tied to Niantic, Polymarket, Facebook, Lyft. I want to say Oculus, but I can't remember. It's one of them. But Ken Howry has his own slew of things. Did you lose X connection? Oh, no. No. The X streams, you have to time it, and you have to set an end time. And I set it for 8, and I didn't realize I was going to go over. I should have known better. But it cuts you off right at 8. And you can't change it once you start it. So if you're still here with me on Rumble, we'll probably go another, like, 15, 20 minutes. I'm thinking we go to 8:30. Let me post that on my profile. Let's tweet. Hey, everyone who tuned into Lies and Ties here on X. The schedule cutoff snuck up on me, and we are still live over at Rumble until 8:30 p.m. CST. Okay. All right. I hate that. I hate that you have to set an end time. That seems dumb on their end. It absolutely fucking does. It absolutely does. X cut me off at 8 p.m. We're still live here on Rumble till 8:30. Okay. All right. So we're probably going to come close to wrapping it up, though, just because of where we are. But episode 1, looking at everything between Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, we haven't tied them together to a whole lot of things outside of FieldLink, X.com, the bank, PayPal, SpaceX, the Boring Company, Neuralink, Tesla, BlackRock Neurotech isn't part of Elon's thing. And then obviously Jeffrey Epstein. That was actually a really important connection that I need to make here. Carbine 911. And that also includes Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel. I'll probably put him up here. No, it'd make more sense to put him over here. We'll move the edge. Ehud Barak. I'll just move Ghislaine down just a little bit. And then we need a color for Israel. I'm going to probably do purple. So we're going to, well, no, I guess we'll keep the pattern consistent here. Hey, yo, we still got everybody with us. Let's go. We did lose Ayesha. I hope I spelled that right, or said that right. Probably not. Pronunciations aren't my strong suit. And then obviously Peter Thiel's going to have more ties to Israel because he defers to Israel when you talk about the automated genocide of Palestinians. That's what he said. He said, I defer to Israel. We broke the 4-hour mark. Goddamn. Yeah, brother. I'm excited. Honestly, this 4 hours has gone by like nothing. Next stream, we might do 5 hours. We might do 5 hours. Who knows? And I mean, you guys don't have to stick around for that long. I know 4 hours is a lot for people also. But I think 4 hours is good. I think 4 hours, especially for the things that we're doing, because I mean, we got a lot accomplished, I think, as far as just sticking to these two and the people that are connected to them and the people connected to other people. And we haven't even gone into like more recent things and bringing in Doge and the fact that Peter Thiel helped recruit the people that are working in Doge right now to gut the government. We're going to bring in the USAID thing and attach it to like 15 of the things here to show that everything that they're talking about with the USAID stuff is just hypocrisy, because they're all taking the money from there too. They're just only showing you the people that you're not supposed to like taking the money. And all that shit's going to be rolled up under the State Department and spent by Marco Rubio anyway. And we all know that it's all going to end up going probably to Israel. It's one of those things where, like, I hate to laugh as I say it, but I'm laughing because it's sad and not because I think it's funny. It's like, pity. Like pity. Okay. So I think this is probably a good place to stop for now. And I'm hoping that what I'll do next time on Twitter is I will I'll probably set the stream 4 hours and 30 minutes so that on the off chance that we do go over, I'll know to start wrapping it up. And that way we don't just have a hard cutoff. Next comes DARPA, CIA, Mossad, Epstein, maybe interdimensional energy sucking jinns, archons, and aetherically tethered entities. Aetherically tethered entities. I say this with great anticipation. Yeah, what I want to do is we'll tackle it just like that. So we're gonna focus on all of the provable stuff, right? All of the stuff where we have records, articles, declassified files, all that stuff. And then we'll start talking about their beliefs. Right now I'm down whatever the hell the last one is. Etherically tethered entities. I'm assuming he means like fourth dimensional beings, the ones they're trying to communicate with through the like deep underground neutrino experiment and stuff. The Large Hadron Collider. That's an interesting web itself. That is a very interesting web. I still haven't. The science is beyond me, and I think that's on purpose because it's just them doing occult rituals and calling it science. But, tomato, tomato. I guess. Absolutely. Yeah, they're like trying to summon the demon, like Elon said, but they're trying to talk to like, what is it, Abaddon? Abada? No, I think that's something Islamic. Never mind. It's Abaddon, right? Or I might be misremembering. But yeah, I think just kind of looking at everything holistically, like knowing that we have the different colors, we have companies, we have people, we have think tanks, we have universities, we have whatever the fuck the Terra Mar project was supposed to be, I guess a charity. It wasn't. We have VC venture firms all in blue, light blue. We have the international governing and government stuff in yellow. We have Twitter files and stuff that's like events, one-offs. We have Hereticon, which is the Transhumanist Comic-Con. Condoleezza Rice, George Tenet, that's going to open up that whole like alternative influencer narrative. Tim Pool, all that. We're naming every name. And I don't care what they think. I don't care if their fans get mad at me. If you are wrapped up in this web and you are being incentivized as a byproduct of any of this stuff, your name's going on my fucking list. So watch out. If you're tied up with that, you better stop, or I'm going to tell people. I'm going to tell on you. It's true. Great fucking debut show. Truly epic. Can't wait for the next. Dude, honestly, you guys made this episode as amazing as it was. Because otherwise, it was going to be me just regurgitating some of the same stuff that I do all the time. And the fact that I learned a lot on this episode means so much to me. Like, there's stuff wrapped up between these two that I still don't know. And this is like my full-time thing. So you guys are fan-fucking-tastic. The show's only ever going to be as good as the audience. And I hope that more people come in and feel inclined to contribute things and vet stuff in real time, provide those sources. Really need to reach out to Aisha. They did a great job. Tim as well. Everybody here. And I want to thank Pastel for the donation, as well as Forgotten Pagan God. It means so fucking much to me that you guys appreciate my work and are willing to support it. So here is to a great first episode in the books, and we will be live again next Wednesday, same time, same places. And if you miss the stream at all, and they delete it off Twitter for whatever reason, or Rumble bans me, Odyssey and BitChute. And I'll make sure to drop a link also to some stuff and things here real quick. I want to get you guys my Linktree link. It's Linktree/Lies spelled out. So let me grab that. So if you need the links for anything, they are there and there. So that'll lead you to my Twitter profile. That'll lead you to my Rumble channel. That'll lead you to BitChute. That'll lead you to Odyssey. I've also launched a little bit of a merch store. It's kind of just me making stuff on Canva and outsourcing it to a drop shipper, so it's not anything crazy. But I've set all of the prices to where I only make $1 in profit on any of the merchandise that you guys get. There's two things right now: shirt, hoodie, sticker, mug that you can get that says your favorite politician is a satanic pedophile or Satan worshiping I can't remember what it is. Let me double check. Satanic pedophile. Yeah. Okay. I just needed to double check myself there. Here, I'll show you guys. So we have two things here. We have your favorite politician is a satanic pedophile, and then in very small text it says, yes, even that one. You can get it in a mug, on a beanie, on a hoodie, a sticker, and a tank top. And then my other one, and this is sort of something I'm very proud of. Alex Jones one time told me that not everything is a conspiracy after I called him out for supporting Donald Trump and being tied to Peter Thiel and using Lord of the Rings analogies in his InfoWars posts. Can we see it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, everything on here, I'm only profiting $1. I'm not in this for the money. It should keep the prices pretty cheap. Really, it's just for you guys to have. It doesn't even have my branding on it anywhere. That's not what it's about. I love a good shirt. And if you can use it as a conversation piece, you should absolutely do it. And I'll probably have some more stuff to come. But yeah, everything should be relatively affordable because you're mostly just paying the drop shipper. So I don't need a huge cut or anything. And then I have a direct donation button and a buy me a coffee if you guys are so inclined. But again, don't feel obligated to give me money. Really, I just want your help. I want your help with this stuff and doing all the connections. $17 and you only get $1, bro. No fair. I know, but they kind of handle like the making the shirt and the printing of it and the distribution and the logistics and the payment processing and all that stuff on their end. So it is what it is. If you can get a shirt for cheap that's something cool that I made, that's worth more than $1 ever. So, but all right, I am gonna call it. Thank you all again for hanging out with me tonight, and we will do this exact same thing next Wednesday, 4 p.m. CST, and we're just gonna see where this goes. So know that this is my show just as much as yours, and I appreciate every single one of you, everyone that supports me, comments on my stuff, shares my posts, and otherwise, supports what I'm doing, supports the message, because I feel like I'm sharing the truth, and it's rare these days, and they're not gonna buy me. You're not gonna see me on InfoWars anytime soon. You're not gonna see me with a sponsor anytime soon. They can all fuck themselves, because they're gonna tell me what to do and say, or they're gonna try to threaten to take my money away if I ever say anything they don't want to hear. So appreciate you guys again, and we'll see you next Wednesday. If you guys find anything also in between then and now with the Peter Thiel, Elon Musk stuff, have it ready for me. I get so many DMs, so many comments, it's hard to keep up with. Bring them here. Save them for me. Hold on to them. I know it'll be hard, but this is where I guarantee you I'm going to see it. Otherwise, there's no telling. It could get buried. Something, I may look at it for a second on my phone and then not see it, or something like that. So thank you guys again. I'm gonna give you a salute, because you guys are fucking top-notch people, and remember that. And thank you all so much. We trust you. Don't trust me, trust the information. Trust the information. I'm just a person. I have my own biases and all that stuff. Even vet the information, but the info is what matters. I'm just the messenger. You guys are what's important. Thank you guys, and have an awesome rest of your night, and we will see you next Wednesday. Peace out.